Good afternoon, everyone. The town of Hinton respectfully acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 6 territory, Métis Nation Region Number 4. These are the traditional territories and ancestral lands of Indigenous peoples, including the Plains Cree First Nations, Assiniboine, Winniwak, Rocky Mountain First Nations, Stoney, Tsuut'ina, Nakota, Dene Sulin, Saulteaux, Mountain Métis, Michif, and many other communities that continue to enrich the land on which the town of Hinton was established. And with that, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 4 p.m. Council, any additions or deletions to today's agenda? Administration?
Sir, if I could, through you and to council, just clarification on closed session item 12.2. And it should read personnel items, and it should be plural. So that should read 2 personnel items related to FOIP section 17 sub 1, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. And if council would consider that amendment an addition, that would be the only thing for myself. And through you, sir, there's many great things from the 80s, t-shirts and suits not being one of them. And so I do apologize. This is what happens when you leave home and you leave your laundry on the door and you grab your suits. So I apologize.
Thank you for that, ICO Hanlon. We'll permit that for one meeting, I'm sure. With that, council, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councilor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt the regular council agenda for March 15th, 2022 as amended.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. That'll bring us to our council minutes for adoption. Council, any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Councilor LeBerge.
I guess that the body of the minutes is prepared by a different person than the headings. My name's just misspelled in the heading of all of the minutes. In the body of the minutes, it's right. And the other thing is, I thought we were supposed to be recording our vote counts on items. And it's just passed or.
Yeah, ICO Hanlon.
Sir, if I could, through you to Councilor Labarge, first, I apologize for the spelling error. We will correct your name, have that correct in future meeting minutes. There was a bit of confusion around the minutes, and we have clarified that. Your procedural bylaw does actually identify the need to have all council votes recorded. And so that was not reflected in these minutes, will be on all minutes going forward.
Thank you for that, ICO Hanlon. Councilor LeBerge, are you good?
Beautiful.
Perfect. Thank you, Council. I'll entertain a motion to adopt as amended. Councilor Magoon? Sorry, did you have your hand up? Or?
No.
Oh,
no.
Sorry, Councilor Ostashik.
I actually have a question, if I may, before we proceed. Before the minutes are adopted, will they be amended to reflect the recording of the votes before they're uploaded to the archives?
ICO Hanlon.
Sir, through you to all of council, I'm just looking, we can do that. So we would take that as an acceptable amendment that'll be reflected in those minutes before posted to the archives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ostashik. Council, I'll entertain a motion. Councilor LeBerge.
I move to adopt the minutes of February 22nd and March 1st.
Thank you, Councilor LeBerge. Council, we have a motion on the
As amended.
As amended. Thank you for that. Council, any debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. That'll bring us to our Citizens Minute with Council. This is an opportunity to come forward, share your thoughts, concerns regarding anything in the community. You have 1 moment and just please, or 1 minute, and just please state your name when you get there. Administration, were there any Minute with Council that via Zoom today registered?
Sir, we had nobody registered to speak a Minute with Council.
Thank you for that. Seeing none, that'll bring us to our public hearing for today. Number 6.1, short-term rental bylaw 1162. The following public hearing is held pursuant to Section 692 of the Municipal Government Act, being Chapter M-26, our SA 2000 and amendments thereto. The following rules of conduct will be followed during this public hearing. Presentation should be brief and to the point. The order of the presentation shall be entry of written submissions, those supporting the bylaw, those opposing the bylaw, and any other person deemed to be affected by the bylaw. Council may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes. There will be no debating the bylaw. However, questions to the councilors or other parties will be accepted through the chair. And that'll bring, I hereby declare the public hearing relating to the bylaw now open. With that, I will go to administration.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I believe Ms. Walker will be, to the secretary, and we will, at this point,
The purpose of this proposed bylaw number 1162 is to create municipal regulations around short-term rentals, as shown on attachment 1. The first reading was given to bylaw number 1162 on February 15, 2022. Notice of this public hearing was advertised consecutively in the Hinton Voice newspaper on February 24th and March 3rd, 2022, as well as advertised on the Town of Hinton website, Civic Send, local radio, and Facebook to reach hosts and key stakeholders.
thank you. With that, we will move to Ms. Walker and have the report from the planner.
Thank you. In accordance with the proposed bylaw, 15 written submissions were received by the deadline to ensure that they were in the agenda package for council. The comments received in summary are as follows. The majority do not support restricting the bylaw to principal residents only. Some had questions around council's goal to protect affordable and availability of housing, for example, long-term rentals, and what information it was based on to enact this bylaw. In that regard, statistical information and data had not been collected during the bylaw development due to insufficient resources and capacity. Quantitative assessment studies of affordability of housing laws or affordability of housing impacts was not collected. The last time that the town of Hinton collected a housing strategy was in year 2010. Hotels versus short-term rentals. Most indicate that short-term rentals offer a different and unique type of experience to their guests and to meet their needs, and perhaps a hotel motel cannot offer. For example, hosting an entire family without being separated by individual hotel rooms. They can all be together, cook together, play together, etc. The concern is if it is not offered in Hinton, people may seek other communities. Some do not support having to display a sign or sticker on the outside of the residence, as it detracts from the visual appeal of the neighborhood and may invite vandalism and theft to the property. All these hosts are promoting Hinton and its amenities by providing customized recommendations and act like a tour guide, promoting local attractions and events in Hinton. They report that guests spend their money in Hinton, shopping, fueling up, dining in restaurants, and exploring local attractions. Short-term rental hosts contribute to employment of people in our community as house cleaners, yard and garden care, snow removal, property management, local contractors, and more. If the town restricts the bylaw to principal residents only, this may mean less jobs in our community. Majority support the need for a business license and safety measures and already practice this through policies, requirements, and rules of being a host on platforms such as Airbnb. Some only offer short-term rentals in the summer months, and others offer longer rental periods in the winter months to seasonal workers and contractors, etc. Parking. The requirement for one off-street parking stall per guest room seems like an additional strict rule for some and may limit how many guest rooms they can have. With regards to the land use bylaw, a home occupation development permit will be required to operate a short-term rental in a principal residence, and the requirement for one off-street parking stall per guest room is the same as bed and breakfasts within the land use bylaw. Conclusion. Most hosts are not opposed to having a bylaw to regulate short-term rentals. The biggest issues raised were around not allowing non-principal residents to operate in Hinton, or the impacts to other housing opportunities and external signage identification. Overall, there is a great support for short-term rentals as another optional accommodation for the town of Hinton and to promote tourism and improve the economy. And that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Then it's the secretary next. It says secretary, there are 15 written submissions. So we're good with that? Okay. Are there any late written submissions relating to bylaw 1162?
Yes, I have 4 to review today. First, it is unclear what the point of this endeavor is. I fully understand the need for a framework for Airbnb, but the points addressed in materials provided so far are disjointed and unclear, and is unclear to point. If this is about preserving neighborhood character, why demand a sign? If the point to maintain discretion and neighborhood character, why should my space not remain the same as when I held a 6-month term tenant the same space? If this is to preserve the rental markets for locals, why the removal of the out-of-town non-primary residence qualification and compensation to the community? If this is about supporting homeowners like myself desperately trying to keep up with inflation, taxes, and other costs, why demand the interconnected fire alarms, adding thousands of dollars of costs for people who are just trying to make ends meet at the end of the month in a known overinflated housing market? I understand and respect the need for safety. Every room in my space is of course equipped with alarms as they are tested regularly and updated when necessary. But the costs for these interconnected devices are one of 2: huge, requiring rewiring through inaccessible spaces, or also huge but known to be unreliable, as in the case with most wireless interconnected models. I know that because I bought some thinking it was safer, but they are extremely prone to false alarms due to signal interference, and as such are difficult to find on the market now. Demanding this variety over the simplicity of a functioning, up-to-date fire alarm in every room is simply imposing cost barriers and impediments in an already challenging economy without even considering the technology or hardware required to implement it and its effectiveness. As a tax-paying homeowner in Hinton with a development permit secondary suite previously inspected by the town, I understand the need for the framework. There may be many who have not undertaken these steps, but I do, however, urge that council consider what their goal is in hearing, focus their changes down this path, and make the changes based on community feedback in the future iterations and updates. This all-encompassing strategy and the intervention already imposed by council does not represent a clear attempt to resolve a problem, but rather a handful of spaghetti thrown at the wall to see which one will stick, and call the short-term rental question addressed for this council. Thank you for your time. Josh, your words. Hello, Mayor and councillors. I provide this email to speak about the bylaw from a citizen at large perspective, without as directed a vested interest as many other submissions. I do own a residential home that I rent out long-term. Other volunteer commitments prevent me from being at the hearing tonight. All feedback is valuable, and I appreciate having read all the points of views and all the submissions for today's public hearing. I find it a bit offensive that some writers suggest that the town should provide more research on the current situation when it is currently unregulated, even if VRBO and Airbnb show some sort of short-term rental units currently operating in our community. The matters of safety, neighborliness, and tourism benefits are very well addressed and acknowledged in the bylaw and comments feedback. There is a broad support for a bylaw to acknowledge, there's a broad support for a bylaw to address these matters, even though complaints are very low. Surprisingly, the environmental effects of optimizing the use of existing housing as we move to the sharing economy is not mentioned, but also a benefit of having existing housing stock used more fully for both short and long-term rentals. I think it is great to see the growth of tourism in Hinton and area. It will strengthen our overall economy if we have the workforce to support it. As mentioned, hotels, short-term rentals meet somewhat different segments of the market. Unfortunately, the long-term community impacts on housing supply and demand, in my opinion, get only casual mention or are disregarded altogether. I see as the town's planning department to recommend and town council to decide matters that prepare a community for the next 20+ years. Affordability and access for middle and low income folks needed to run the economy of our community is a primary matter to consider. As such, my points are: 1, I believe to suggest that short-term rentals in Hinton today do not affect the supply of rental and purchase housing in Hinton is naive. And certainly, as this sector grows, the impact will be greater. Markets are complex, and many other items are also factors in Hinton's overall housing affordability, i.e., yes, Hinton has substantial available residential land to grow into, but it is also costly to develop and build on, not flat farmland. 2, for many short-term rental operators, having the ability to earn short-term rental income from part of the residence or all during periods of absence is a financial benefit that makes their ability to live in Hinton more affordable and economic. That is also true for folks who buy a second home in Hinton, use it a bit seasonally, and then rent out the remainder of the year. I believe we are not yet at the stage of Golden, Revelstoke, or other resource and tourism economy communities concerning supply and demand for affordable housing, rental and purchase. However, we are on the path where our housing market will become costlier than necessary due to some traditional housing being converted largely to short-term rental supply. There is a shortage of available affordable housing, rental and purchase for low and middle income households in Hinton. And I know for a few people who resort to driving from Edson daily to work in Hinton because cost is less than renting, owning in Hinton. We do the same for folks working in the more expensive Jasper. As one Hinton resident, I would rather forego some profit on the price of my house value going up in order to ensure that the low and middle income residents in or moving into Hinton can find adequate, affordable places to live. The ability of Hinton to attract and retain the workforce needed to provide residents and tourists with all the services needed is very important. Housing price choice ranks amongst near or at the top of the list for workforce development in rural Canada. In conclusion, I suggest that council be explicit in the bylaw stating that should future councils determine the need to increase the level of regulations in this bylaw to promote affordability and protect the housing market overall for low and middle income residents, it may do so. I believe the effect of this suggested amendment is a transparent declaration to all residents and especially short-term rental operators that the affordability goal is paramount to Hinton's long-term future. The backbone of any community, not just economically, but socially, spiritually, is after all the ability of the workforce to live where they work. Being explicit about the importance of the overall housing market, affordability to Hinton's overall long-term community sustainability. Community sustainability. This bylaw is step one of probably many on its journey. While this amendment states what is actually available for future councils anyways. I hope this perspective from a less vested citizen at large benefits your decision-making. I extend my best wishes to council in making the difficult decision that prepare the overall community for the next 20 years. Respectfully submitted and feeling blessed we live in an open democracy that respects the rule of the law. Bernie Kreiner. Third letter. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments from the draft STR bylaw 1162. 4.0 conditions of a license. 4.1 a host operator of a short-term rental accommodation must only be operated within the principal residence. This is in the home where you live and the address you use for your bills, identification, taxes, and insurance. Why are we not promoting investing in small businesses in our community? This could potentially be more memberships with the Chamber of Commerce and help with struggling tourism groups and/or buy-ins with them. Why does council feel the need to control what the public does with investment properties? If we have a bylaw that regulates all district uses, let's start with that. 4.1H, keep a written registry of all guests that are staying or have stayed on the premises and make this registry steadily available to the town upon request. Is this permitted under FOIP? This is a private business. The town doesn't ask the hoteliers for their guest registries, or do they? This proposed bylaw is confusing as a lot of the information currently is mirrored under the bed and breakfast regulations in your current land use bylaw 1088. Under the Town of Hinton LUB section 3-63E, if at any time any of the requirements for the home-based business outlined the development permit are not complied with, the development authority may suspend or cancel a development permit. If the registered Airbnb has complaints issued, this gives the authority the means to deal with the issue. Under F, a home-based business development permit does not exempt compliance with health regulations or any other municipal or provincial regulations. This means the owner also needs to do their due diligence once information is provided. If they don't comply, then item E above moves forward. Since 1992, Land Use Bylaw 881, 960, and earlier, Hinton has supported bed and breakfast operations under home occupations. This required a development permit for home occupation, parking requirements that are already listed in the bylaw, and a business license is to be issued. I'm not opposing to regulating STRs. However, we have a lot of the requirements in front of us, and why are we not building off the regulations and putting them in our current bylaw instead? In 2018, when the government regulated cannabis, it was just added to LUB 1088. Airbnb is just another name of a portal, no different than Bed and Breakfast Canada, HomeAway, VRBO, etc. These sites facilitate bookings and have been another means of accommodations for many years and are an alternative to hotels. The online hospitality service is a marketplace for authentic places to stay that connects travelers to local hosts. Airbnb has approximately 5.6 million listings worldwide in over 100,000 cities. We are just a drop in the bucket, really. The world literally comes to Jasper, and many travelers stay in Hinton and support our local economy. Let's continue to support one another in a diverse economy. Thank you, B. Dear Lorraine and members of council, further to my conversation with Marcel Michaels a few moments ago, I'm writing in advance of meeting this afternoon with a question I'd ask to be taken into consideration with respect to the Airbnb hearing. I am power of attorney for my father, who owns a home in Hinton. That property has been operating as an Airbnb since April 2021. Although Coldwell Banker was hired as a property manager to find a long-term renter in the fall of 2021. When no renters was found, Within a reasonable period or time period, the decision was made to put it back on Airbnb rental pool for the spring/summer 2022 season. The decision to rent through Airbnb came after my father was no longer able to reside in Hinton. In January 2020, the decision was made not to sell and a long-term renter was immediately available. Thus, the only other option was short-term rental, and I chose to work through Airbnb because it's extremely well-established and provides rigorous guidelines and support for both homeowners and renters. I trust the brand and the business. Note that I do not personally benefit from any revenue generated from the property, given the moral expectations and legal requirements of the power of attorney role. I could not benefit. All revenue covers the cost to carry and the maintenance plus the arrangements to meet the insurance requirements needed to maintain insurance on the property. The proposed changes to how Airbnbs operate in Hinton will mean that I will have to be delisted as an Airbnb property and possibly stand empty. Number one, I can't make out a business license because I'm not on title. Number two, my father can't take out a license as he no longer has capacity, plus given current situation likely prevents it. Three, I can't sell the home. The wish is to keep it in the family, although my father will not be returning to it upon his release. I'm therefore requesting that a special suspension be made with respect of 116 Willow Drive, should the bylaw be passed, to allow me to continue to fulfill my role as power of attorney and take care of my father's interest to the best of my ability. The last years have not been easy. I've often felt like a tightrope walker without a net. I've navigated the complexities of the overall situation. It would greatly ease my mind and my duties as power of attorney if we could find a mutual beneficial solution that can accommodate my specific case while meeting the town's concerns regarding Airbnb operations. What can we do here? Best wishes, Jacqueline.
Thank you, administration, and Ms. Davy Campbell. That'll bring us to this segment. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of bylaw 1162? Seeing none. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 1162? And just make your way forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to bylaw 1162. I have submitted a letter which you have in your package, so I will summarize my concerns and ask a few questions about the proposed bylaw. I would like to inquire what prompted this bylaw, have there been complaints or issues that the current system did not adequately manage? My first concern is that it's designated that a short-term rental can only be operated in the house where you live. Why is this a requirement for short-term rental of a house and not for hotels and motels? Our family bought the duplex prior to COVID with the intention of it being used to house family when they were in Hinton, and to Airbnb when they were not. Then the pandemic struck and our plans changed. Is it a primary residence? No, but it is second home for my family. If you proceed with this bylaw, the revenue that is provided by the non-principal residents, STRs, will be lost to Hinton merchants, and also the opportunity to provide alternative accommodations to visitors. If the town wants to continue to be a destination spot, I believe that they need to be prepared to provide various forms of accommodations to people that hotels and motels do not meet their needs. While I recognize that short-term rentals are a competition to the big, longer hotel and motel chains, the STRs cater mostly in Hinton to a different demographic, that of families and pet owners. We rented out our property on a monthly basis and have far more challenges than we have at the STRs.
Can you just hang on for a second? I just got a note that that mic's not working.
I'm probably loud enough for everybody to hear anyway.
Everybody listening at home?
I'm sorry, if you could keep it close to your
Yeah.
mouth, that way you can pick it up. Thank you.
Well, permits, license, and inspections are a good idea. Does the town have the current staff to provide that? Or is the level of service being increased with the infrastructure to support it not in place. I have no objection to a fire inspection, and after speaking with the fire chief this morning, I still question whether the town has the staff that can complete the number required in a timely manner along with the other duties. I'm sure this is difficult to gauge when we don't know exactly how many short-term rentals there are in town. And what about enforcement? Is there currently enough staff in place to follow through with the proposed changes? There are currently bylaws in place to address parking, and short-term rentals are no different than many homes in Hinton that have more than one vehicle per room. So that parking is not an issue only for short-term rentals, and I believe that there is current legislation in place to do it. I also have concerns identifying a home as a short-term rental. People who are using them have the street address and house number. Is that not what they are for? Or would it not be another reason for people to complain for the sign not being aesthetically appealing? I understand the necessity to have smoke and carbon monoxide detectors in the house, but not the hard wiring requirements. I believe that micromanaging STRs, you're opening a portal for complaints that will be impossible to manage or enforce. Most rules are something that most short-term rentals have, and their compliance is greater than other forms of rental, as the guests are rated after their stay, and neither host nor guest want a bad rating. Here again, there is a current bylaw to address noise issues and most all other challenges that occur. Although I do not know what is prompted this bylaw, I do not believe that it will address any issues you might currently think there are, or any future ones that might be. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of this bylaw?
Thank you for hosting this town hall. My name is Zach. I've been a part of the community for roughly 6 years, and I'm back and forth between Edmonton and Edmonton because my wife, who lives in Edmonton. I bought a place that I can live in while I work here, and that place has been put up on Airbnb. And it's not something that, since I do occasionally stay there, it's not something I could.
Excuse me, I am sorry, our mic is not working, and people participating online are not hearing this, so can we correct this? I apologize for interrupting. Sir, I believe we will ask individuals wishing to speak and address council in this public hearing to sit at my seat, and we can bring the camera onto them here. The microphone, of course, works. I apologize for the inconvenience and for interrupting you, sir. I'll just move my things and ask you to.
All right, can you hear me now?
Beautiful.
So I'm going to make this as short as I can, because clearly there's a lot of opinions and a lot of discussion that should happen. So my experience with Airbnb has been great. As a smaller town, I think Hinton doesn't always have the capacity that people want to come. People want to come and see this beautiful place. People want to stay here. And Airbnb allows that expansion quite rapidly. And for the whole, I think that, so in my case, frankly, if it's not my primary residence, so I would be out automatically. Like one of the previous speaker mentioned that there's a lot of help available for Airbnb. So there's someone you can call 24 hours a day if there's an issue. There was a tenant who just cost me three months rent because Alberta, you have to go through the process. You have to go through eviction notice. You have to go through court. With Airbnbs, if there's an issue, you're able to respond right away for anyone's concerns. I think that should be recognized. like we talked a lot about the local economy, how it helps cleaners and you have to do renovations and you want yourself to make your place look good. And I think that's all important. But I don't think that's the main reason why we're talking about this. So for me, if the parking requirements and the primary residence, those are the things that are the biggest hamper to me, as well as the hard wiring of the fire alarms. Well, I think everyone agrees that safety is extremely important. Is for me, in 6 years, I've had a hard time finding like an electrician. And that was just me personally, maybe it's not everyone else's experience, but I think that other safety issues in the bylaw are important, like having a fire extinguisher, et cetera. As I said earlier, my place in particular would not be open to other people because I have to stay there. Otherwise, I'm going to be homeless and someone else is going to be living in my house. So I think that while this is a good step forward, there's a lot of things that other citizens are bringing up that the council should recognize. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Got 2 questions, if you don't mind.
Of course.
You say 1 parking stall per room is too many. How many do you suggest?
As I said earlier, I'm from Edmonton. They removed all parking requirements for new buildings, which I think is a good step forward in terms of if there's a building in Calgary that has 0 parking and people bring their bikes. I don't think that the council, because this is something dealing with houses that are already built and this is new legislation, I think it's hard to fit this legislation with buildings that are currently there. So I think personally, I would rather no parking requirements, because my building is my house, my duplex is a little bit older and there's 3 parking stalls in the back, but I don't think that should be a requirement. I'll keep this quick, but I haven't had an issue with any parking for anyone, and I haven't had any noise complaints because it is a working neighborhood. And so like Airbnb allows you to have internal rules. Please be quiet after 10 o'clock. People will have to sleep. Sorry, that was long-winded, but.
Thank you. I have 1 more. You do mention the Airbnb available 24-hour helpline.
That's right.
You're not specific. That's a 24/7 helpline. Does that help neighbors who might have issues? Or is that for guests of phoning?
That's for guests as well as hosts. I have never called. Though you, as a person who's been here a decent amount of time, I try to interact and talk to my neighbors, and I asked them, I gave them my number. If there's any issues, please let me know. Because of course you don't want anything happen. You don't want anyone to be uncomfortable. I don't know if a neighbor can call Airbnb and say, I believe my neighbor is an Airbnb. I don't know if that's possible right now, but having said that, I did leave my number with my neighbors so that there is any issue, I'm happy to talk.
Thank you.
Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, I had the same kind of question, and I guess unfortunately I didn't ask Ms. that question, and Councillor Taylor asked you that question, but I guess if I could go back to Ms. Holder for a moment, that is one of the things that I guess as a council we were looking at is to the stickers. Is my neighbor, I may not know that I have an Airbnb next to me. And I hear that there's regulations that Airbnb put in, like if there is a noise complaint, who do you go to as a neighbor? Because I mean, in this case, if there was a bylaw, we would go to our bylaw services, but I'm not saying we're gonna have one, not gonna have, but if we wouldn't have one, who would we go to if there was a noise complaint to Airbnb? Who would be in police that? Because I hear the question to policing it currently right now, but what is there in place to police it now? I guess is my question. If I can go, I know he was asking you if you could also maybe respond to that.
I believe that bylaw answers some of the complaints that they get.
Right.
And you can also, the neighbors can call Airbnb. I know myself personally, I've gone to all the neighbors too and left my phone number. We'll both have places. If there's an issue or concern.
And if I may follow up, so if I were to call Airbnb, then they would call the host, and the host is then responsible for, or how does that work? Or-
They would call the host, but they would also impose a penalty or whatever.
So I guess if I may, just to talk to the, quickly, and I'm not sure where council's going with the stickers, but that was one of the conversation. Part of it is to identify, if your neighbors aren't identifying a place as Airbnb, to know that, and then we have a place to call. But if there's no identifiers, and I don't think all Airbnbs, I appreciate the fact that you guys go, but maybe not all neighbors go to their neighbors and say, hey, here's my phone number. So, that's where I know I was coming from with that idea of having a sticker potentially on the home to identify it as. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to administration. Right now, I think the assumption is being made that short-term rentals are all Airbnb. I don't think that's the case. It's a portal that a short-term rental. So could you speak to that?
Yes, thank you. That is correct. You can have a short-term rental standalone. You still will require to get your business license, your development permit, and all your other regulations and your requirements of the bylaw. However, Airbnb is just a platform for the purpose of if they prefer to register with a platform, and the platform are the ones that have they have a website for their operators and their guests, and they maintain those websites and digital applications and payments and everything, transactions, and that's the purpose. And again, as you mentioned, they do have their own set of policies, regulations, restrictions, guidelines, portals. They have a number of measures in place. Neighborhood support 24-hour hotline, city portals, party house bans, high-risk detection tools. They have a two-way review system. It's a blind two-way review system where one host can, they can offer up maybe if they have concerns about another host, and that's all done in private. So there's, so definitely it's just a platform. Over platforms that people can register on if they choose, and I think they do that because then they get a lot more exposure, right? So they get their Airbnb out to thousands of people to just advertise your own. Thank you.
I think it's important to recognize that you can have short-term rentals and then short-term rentals that are associated with a platform like Airbnb. So not to make that assumption that all short-term rental are part of Airbnb. So thank you.
Go ahead.
So, sorry, I just wanted to add a little bit to Olga's question. Bylaw, I believe, has access to a title, land title, and your name is on there. So if I'm contacted because of snow removal, they're able to contact me directly. They wouldn't have to go through a third party anyways. And that's the case with any house. If my parents are having a party at their house, they're able to get a contact directly.
Thank you. Council? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to?
Can I just ask a question about the first question?
Yeah, if you could go to the mic. We have people listening. I want to keep a little bit of order here for everyone.
Thank you. So my question regarding Trevor's question is, could you not at any point call bylaw for a noise complaint? It doesn't matter whose house it is, where they are. You don't need to know that it's an Airbnb to call bylaw and make a noise complaint. So I think that, I can appreciate the stickers, but I don't think that's a good reason to require stickers. Am I correct in that assumption?
Council? Councillor Oz, yeah?
I guess what I was going.
Point of process. This is a public hearing. It's not designed to be set up as a debate or a discussion back and forth. It's an opportunity for citizens to provide feedback to council so council can inform their discussion and their decisions down the road. So I'd just like to make sure that everybody's aware of that and we try and stick to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Hawes, did you want to finish?
It's a legit question, but it's fine. It's not the place to debate.
I do want to decipher, I don't want to go off base, but questions from the individuals to counselors are allowed through this mechanism. It points it out on the second page that, where was it here? I just want that there will be no debating the bylaw. However, questions to the counselors or other parties will be accepted through the chair. So that's fine. I do want to indicate to council that this is not to go back and forth with administration, but to go back and forth with the individuals here. So I will accept questions from people directly to council, but I want to limit administration's impact because we added it twice. It's going to be part of the action item later, and that's when we're going to engage with administration. But I do think it's appropriate now that if you have a question specifically to the councilors, that I will allow that. So Councillor Hawes, if you wanted to finish that
Yeah,
uh,
part.
no, it's fine. I don't disagree with the question. It's very, you have every right to call bylaw. I guess just knowing we have a business, if there is also a means of complaining or making a complaint to whatever platform it is, I wouldn't know that unless there's an identifier. So that's the only thing I guess that I was going by. But of course, anybody can call for bylaw, of course. But I just think that, you know, as a neighborhood, if there is a business, just like if there was a business, if there was a, say, a mechanical business of some sort and there was a noise, I would definitely call, but I know that there's a business there too. So in this way, I know there's a business available and another venue to also. So that's where I was coming from.
Anything else, Ms. Hersey?
I'll leave it for everyone else.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in, sorry, Councilor Magoo.
Sorry,
I apologize.
Ms. Hersey just requested
Yeah.
a response to that question, so if I may. Yeah, I think the important thing, Ms. Hersey, is that it's not solely about making a noise complaint. I think it's about the right of neighbors to know who's doing business in your neighborhood. Much in the same way that if you travel to Jasper and you walk around the streets, you see that the bed and breakfast, the short-term rentals affixed to the front of their residences, they identify themselves, and that it's a best practice in other communities as well. For myself, you know, that one area that I want to see us stick to. I think it's important for neighbors to know who's doing business around them and to see who they can expect to see come and go in their neighborhood. I think that provides some context to that particular point. So,
Thank you, Councilor
Thank you,
Magoo.
Mr.
Council? Seeing none, is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to weigh in on the current topic while we're there. I know in other communities, before you can get a business license, you have to post a sign on your lawn for up to a 2-week period. It also goes into the newspaper and it says they're applying for this license. Here's the type of business that it's going to be. If anyone has any complaints, now is your time to voice them. And it invites a discussion before that business enters the neighborhood. But once that discussion period has ended, the signage requirement is now gone, which I think may be a reasonable compromise here to allow the neighbors to know this is coming into your neighborhood. It has been in your neighborhood. If you have any concerns, here's your chance to approach it. And then after that fact, it then does remove that potential risk element involved where we're putting a sticker on our house that says, hey, this house is probably empty. If you'd like to come help yourselves to whatever's inside. So, you know, and then again, you know, there's always been the point of the aesthetics as well. If you have these houses with these ugly stickers on the front, I'm not saying that the design would be ugly, but there's always that possibility. So, you know, it would take away from that as well. And I think maybe it would satisfy both of those concerns. To address the potential parking issue, again, it is a very hard thing to regulate, being that there are always different size groups that are coming with a different number of vehicles, but it kind of falls back to the review system that these platforms rely on, where if parking is a concern, I can guarantee that you would have that come up in multiple reviews, and they would say, well, you know, the place was great, but the parking was horrible. And you're going to see that reflected in the score you get as a rating, and as such, the number of people that are willing to come in and have a look at your house. And I guess my concern would be what would change if it became a long-term rental or a permanent residence, because the way things stand now, our rental place is occupied half the time. So that means half the time there's nobody parked there. But if we had a family of 4 with 2 teenagers who were driving, we would have 4 vehicles there at all times. And I don't know too many houses anywhere that offer 4 off-street parking stalls for anyone. So, this parking is something that we definitely address, and we've made alternative arrangements, and we do make sure to reach out to potential guests and say, if you're bringing 8 people, how many vehicles do you have? Because if you're all driving yourselves, we're going to have a problem. But that's something that the owners take on themselves, because that's something that would negatively impact their guests' experience otherwise. And again, these ratings that they give you are very important. So that's something that I think is not necessarily an issue that needs to be regulated per se. Other than that, I do support the addition of safety requirements and things like that. I think that that's a great initiative. I just don't think that there needs to be any sort of additional regulation on top of that for places like this that already come with a certain amount of rules and regulations that are applied already on top of it. So.
Thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you, sir. I didn't get his name.
Yeah, sorry, my name is Adam Dingman.
Sorry.
Sorry, there were some
Adam?
questions here?
I'm sorry?
It sounded like there were some questions. I
Your
apologize.
name, please.
Yes. Yeah, Adam Dingman.
Adam?
Yes.
I'm hearing impaired, so I'm just really struggling trying to, it's Adam.
Dingman. That's Dingman.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Mayor Michaels, before Mr. Dingman leaves,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Councillor Stashik. That'll be
Sorry,
one-
Mr. Dingman, I have a question
No, that's
before you
okay.
leave, if I may. So, sorry to direct this at you because it's been brought up by everybody so far tonight.
No,
but
that's
it's-
fine.
It's in relation to the approved accommodation signing. And I'm just wondering if you would see any value in, for the reason that Councillor Race brought up earlier, that short-term rental accommodations don't necessarily have to be tied to a platform. And if they are tied to a platform, the different platforms have different requirements and criteria. So I just, the one very far extreme of it is there could be a short-term rental that's not tied to any platform at all. They simply advertise on Facebook and get their short-term rentals that way. So would you see some value in having a window sticker or some kind of a proof for a short-term rental client so that they have some comfort in knowing that that facility is being held to the same criteria as one that might be on Airbnb or one that might be on Vrbo or a different platform?
So you're speaking from the point of view of a potential tenant or potential guest. I would maybe suggest that instead of putting a sticker on an exterior window, that along the same lines as most businesses in town, there's a requirement to display a business license. And that could be something that would maybe provide an additional level of comfort for people staying there, that we could provide that business license or a copy of in a frame on the wall somewhere when you come in the door, as well as maybe some sort of certificates involving the adherence to the fire code and things like that were proposed, those inspections that say this place has been inspected by the Town of Hinton Fire Department and conforms to all of their safety requirements. And then it would provide that comfort to the guests as they come in the door, but it would also maintain that safety and the aesthetics that we talked about before.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Any other questions, council? Seeing none, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you think there are many direct neighbors to your neighbor? And do you think there are many direct neighbors that don't know who owns the house beside them?
It's a good question.
To know who to call?
I guess, it's interesting because I don't know a lot of neighbors that necessarily would know their neighbor's phone number anyways. So the first step would be to go over and knock on the door and say, hey, you guys are making a lot of noise. Could you keep it down? Or, hey, I have a concern here. In which case they would be able to identify, okay, well, sorry, we're staying here. If that problem was to escalate, I think it's already been kind of brought up that maybe there's a potential solution there with bylaw that would be obviously the next step of escalation, is if you're having issues with your neighbor, you would call bylaw or the RCMP, obviously in an extreme circumstance, but that maybe there's something that needs to be added there where they can say, okay, we'll go over and speak to them. And when they find out that it is a short-term rental, then like the previous gentleman mentioned, they do have access to who is the actual owner of this property and contact them directly to say, okay, we have an issue here.
Council, anything further? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak to in opposition?
My name is Margaret Orr. I'm fairly new to town. I've only been in Hinton about a year. The one thing that comes to me with all of this short-term rental bylaw business is continuity. Are you guys looking at the continuity and really weighing it out between short-term rentals and long-term rentals? Because essentially they have the same impact on parking. They have the same impact on your neighbors. Across the street from me is a long-term rental that has 4 big pickup trucks that are parked there every day. I never get the parking spot in front of my house, never, haven't in a year. When I did try to get a hold of them because the plow was finally coming down my street and I wanted him to move so my street actually got plowed, I had to go knock on his door, never got any answer. My street didn't get plowed properly, or in front of my place didn't get plowed properly. If you're gonna ask short-term rentals to have a sticker on their door, I would also ask that long-term rentals have a sticker on their door so I could contact the owner of that property and say, hey, are you allowed to have 4 vehicles parked out front of my place all the time? I'm just looking for continuity and fairness in all of this. The other part is your wired fire alarms. Is that the standard for long-term rentals here in Hinton? If it's not, then it shouldn't even be a discussion point for short-term rentals. I feel that if you guys really weigh and measure how you're addressing short-term rentals with how you've already addressed the long-term rental market here in Hinton, there's not a lot of wiggle room because you've already laid it out. The long-term market is extensive here in Hinton already. The other question I have pertaining to the sign on our doors. I've ran a day home, not in Hinton, but in many different towns. Never had to have a sign on my door, even though I have a lot of traffic. I have children, I have possibility of ambulances, everything showing up at my house. If I were running a hairdressing salon, would I need a sign on my door? If I was a private masseuse, would I need a sign on my door to say that I'm operating any of those businesses? I understand what the reasoning is. I just want fairness and continuity between all of the home-based businesses here in Hinton. What's right for one is right for all of us. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Please make your way forward.
Hello, I'm Curtis Anderson. I'm a realtor with RE/MAX 2000 Realty, and I'm a director on the Hinton and District Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a local Airbnb host. Thank you for giving me the time to speak to this bylaw. First and foremost, our Airbnb is a second property. It's not within our primary residence. It was our first home. I'm a local, my girlfriend's from Jasper. We're both fairly local here. We wanted to make Hinton our home, and just over the pandemic and the way life kind of unfolded, we thought, let's move home and let's try to Airbnb this place and kind of just live within our means for a bit. We've had nothing but great reviews. We've opened up Hinton to so many different families and groups of people that just come and experience what we have to offer. I think the people that are staying on Airbnb are completely different from people that stay in a hotel room. And if we don't have this service, they'll just look in Edson or Jasper or elsewhere, which means all these other businesses that I'm promoting for free will not have traffic. I suggest where you should eat, where you should shop, things to do. I don't go ask these businesses for money or marketing dollars. I just put it in my book that they have to read when they come. That's all my house instructions, my rules. We have a quiet hours. I have doorbell cameras on the front and back doors. I can see if people are out there after 9, 10 o'clock. I can show you from the recordings that this has never been an issue. Parking has never been an issue. Out of all the guests we've had, maybe 5% of them have shown up in 2 cars. It's always groups of 4 to 6 people. They're in one vehicle. We have 2 deemed spots for our place. And like no one has ever parked in a neighbor's stall or anything. As far as a lawn sign, I don't care fully for that. like whichever way it swings, fine by me. Airbnb does have a 24/7 hotline that neighbors can call if there's a complaint. But yeah, I kind of want the fairness for long-term rentals as well. Like, you know, we lived in a condo complex in town, townhouses, and the neighbors were a long-term tenant across from us, and the police were there every few days. And that was okay. But my Airbnb that never had the police show up, never had a noise complaint, they were never smoking dope on the front step, is the problem. And I'm just asking council, why are we not addressing all rentals as a whole? Because I was genuinely concerned that my tourist guests would be disrupted by the police presence outside when they're trying to enjoy nature in my place. So, you know, we're looking to protect our tourists, but we're not looking to protect our locals that are renting here. On another note, I don't think this is solving affordable housing and affordable rent. You know, when you actually look at how many properties are currently being operated separately from a primary residence on Airbnb or whatever platform have you, there's not that many. I counted 12, and I might be wrong. It was a vague search, but 12. So we're assuming that 12 properties will all become long-term rentals and therefore make rent more affordable for the low-income people. I think if affordable housing is the objective, we need to look at it entirely on its own. Like, make subsidized housing, have a co-op like they have in Jasper, where you can only sell it for X percentage year after year over what the initial price was. Do something like that to make housing affordable for people who want to buy or want to rent. But telling me I can't Airbnb my condo, even if I can, it's not going to astronomically jump up in value. I can't say I'm making X amount, therefore the cap rate is this, and I want 500,000 for my condo. Well, the one next door is selling for 180 because it wasn't Airbnb'd. You have the same clientele looking for those properties. Like, they're not, the price isn't there. The wired-in fire alarms, I think that's just, it's a bit of a stretch. Again, do we require that for long-term rentals? Like, I don't think we do. So again, why are we protecting, not that we shouldn't, but why are we protecting our tourists over our locals that are here? You know, I'm between my position at Remax promoting moving to Hinton, getting people in these houses, and my position on the Chamber of Commerce. Like, I am pushing tourism. I want Hinton to grow. We need it to grow. We're an economy, we're a resource-based economy. This is just a whole nother revenue stream for the town, for our residents. And we're just kind of saying, you know what, we don't want people investing in Hinton, buying up the property, driving up the value. Why? Like, is that not how a town grows? Like, our used house market is significantly lower than the cost to build a new home in town. And why is that? If we don't have growth, if the used market does not catch up to the new market, people aren't going to build new homes. Hinton will not grow. We have the land. Jasper doesn't have the land. And that's why their rules are set the way they are. We can't compare ourselves to Jasper. We're nowhere close to Jasper. We're a different community. But if we want to promote growth in Hinton, and there might be the odd person that is willing to take a loss on their home sale to allow an affordable housing person to purchase, but that's not the majority. Most people buy a house as an investment and want to make a profit if they hold it for 10, 15, 20 years. So why are we trying to diminish that? As a realtor and as a lifelong Hintonite, I've seen Hinton at a stagnant 10,000 population all my life. And, in university, I was reluctant to move home. But being home and having a new perspective on town and seeing this opportunity of, hey, I can show my town off to everyone else. Airbnb offers experiences now. So, Brian, at your liquor store, you could have a wine tasting, and it's promoted to everyone on the platform that says, here's something to do in town, and you can just book it right on the app. Like, there's so many cool features being offered through at least that platform. And I know it's just a means to advertise your place, but it's really putting Hinton on the map. And as a young person who moved home and is seeing this and seeing the potential, as a young investor who wants to stay local, promote local, and expand Hinton, I see this as a huge opportunity. And I just think if you're going to level the playing field, you need to level it for long term as well. And I just ask council, has that been taken into consideration?
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councillor Taylor.
Just clarify, most people come to your place in one car, you were saying?
That's correct. Yeah. So
perhaps 2 cars, very rarely?
Very rarely 2 cars. We also only Airbnb our place for about 4 months over the summer, kind of June to September. And I do offer it to those seasonal workers for 6 to 8 months in the winter. So when we actually posted it for this last winter, I had 50 messages in a weekend for people looking anywhere from 4 to 8 months. Where are those people going to go if I'm renting it long term? Because I'm not renting 4 months at a time. I will pick a year-long tenant to mitigate my risk, and my rent's going to go up. Right now, I'm taking a loss in the winter because utilities went up, and I charge a flat rate because I'm earning income in the summer. So my rent's going to go up. Those seasonal workers won't have a place to stay. Are they going to stay in a hotel? Because in high school, I delivered pizza in this town, and I know for a fact a lot of the hotels host those workers months on end. So if I can't short-term rent my place, a hotel should not be able to long-term rent their place. Therefore, rents will continue to go up. Like, it's a very big problem. But to answer your question, yes, 95% of the time it was 1 car, 2 to 4 people. We do have a 3-bedroom place. And I have video footage from my doorbell camera all summer long that can verify this.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I hate to do it, but I have one more question.
I apologize for interrupting, sir. Just if I could remind everyone to speak into their mics, as we are not picking this up online. Thank you.
You mentioned that the Airbnb has a complaint line. So how would that work? Like at, say, 11 o'clock at night or 12 o'clock at night, you're the next door neighbor and you have a problem. You have access, you know about this complaint line, you phone it, then what happens?
So it's a good question. We have honestly never had an issue. No neighbor has ever complained. We actually moved back into the condo for a short time after our first summer doing this, and things were great. Our neighbors were happy, checked in with them. But it is a 24-hour line that they can call, and you would have to educate people to know that that's available, which I think you'd have to educate people to know, hey, go check the lawn sign and figure out who to call. Like, you're going to have to do that anyways. I do also understand that Airbnb might only be one means to advertise your place, but it is a popular way to do that because you get the exposure and it has the reputation. There is the 24-hour line. There is accountability on both the host and the guest. We review each other, and you can't see that review personally until you give them a review. It is public, everyone else can see it, but there's this level of accountability where you don't want to go trash someone's place. And I've declined people that have bad ratings because I said, you know what, I value my home. I don't want my home destroyed, let alone a neighbor. So there is that level of accountability to begin with. I also think that something as a noise complaint, we have a noise bylaw. If I don't know my neighbor's work schedule and he works at 6 a.m. and it's summertime and I'm having a fire till 2 in the morning, I might be pretty loud, and he has every right to call bylaw. Same as a guest, same as a long-term tenant. That's why that bylaw exists. I think, regulating the business and having a business license and some safety measures and maybe an inspection is very valid, just like any business. But as far as the hotline, I'm not entirely sure how it works once you call it.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, if I may. That hotline, they will, in the event of an issue, call the homeowner directly. So if somebody-
I'm sorry, sir, if you could, I need you to speak into the microphone, please.
Mind if I step up to the microphone?
It's not up to me.
Are you, any other questions? I want to keep some order to this, like
Yeah.
people are going to watch the recording or whatever, so we have to be cognizant of that, please. Any other questions for Mr. Anderson? Councillor Taylor, was there anything
No,
further for
thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
guys.
Curtis. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I just wanted to answer that question as I had done some research into it out of my own curiosity. And when somebody does call that 24-hour helpline, if there's an issue, the company themselves will then call the host directly to say, hey, we've received a complaint from your neighbor in regards to this particular issue. Can you address it, please? And if we have to call you again, there will be further action. And they do have the ability to essentially pull your listing off of their site if it has a detrimental effect to the rest of that community. So in a particular situation like that, that would be how it would escalate. Was if somebody called the hotline, they would call you and say, the people at your house are doing this, that, or the other thing. Can you please address it? And give you the opportunity to fix it yourself before that situation would escalate to, say, a bylaw, or, like I said, potentially even pulling your place off of their service.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when you say Airbnb will call you, you may be the property management company taking care of that. Would that be correct?
Yes, you would be whoever's listed as the host on their site. So they would have all of your contact information, and they would be able to contact you directly as the primary intermediary between guests and the owner.
Yep, thank you.
Council? Seeing none, thank you. I'll go to administration.
Yes, thank you. If we were to look at Airbnb's letter that they submitted in our agenda package, they do have a neighbor tool, so like a requirement of like being a good neighbor, as well as that neighborhood hotline. And my understanding is, yes, if you receive complaints or what have you, they have the I understand that to be.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition of this? Mr. Bates?
Council. I'm a local guy. I agree with Curtis, except I'm not young. I own 2 short-term rentals in town and 1 long-term rental. So I think we need a definition of short-term rental. I have 1 Airbnb in the county, which we run out of a house, and I have 1 short-term rental in town.
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry. In town. So a short-term rental, we have a 3-month nursing student in that rental right now. A month-to-month rental is a short-term rental. We use Max 2000 as our property manager. We have a logging contract or in another short-term rental. So this has nothing to do with Airbnb. This is to do with short-term rental. I think Joanne brought that up about the definition of what we're talking about here. So above the health food store, Brian, you have suites there. If it's month to month, is that short-term? Or is it a 1-year lease that makes a long-term rental? So I think a definition of a short-term rental is needed here. Limiting short-term rentals outside of principal residence without further research is a not in my backyard approach. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 night, 2 night, 3 night. You have to figure out what we're doing here. We need a bylaw for short-term rentals outside of a principal residence. So Lorraine, we have a wonderful land use bylaw that was made and shrunk down a few years ago. So under home-based businesses, number 364, bed and breakfast, it takes care of Airbnb. It takes care of everything here. It takes care of parking, takes care of all that, and that's in our bylaw already. So we don't need a bylaw for this. So 1162, I don't know if it's just a repeat of 364. So I think we don't need this bylaw. We need a bylaw for short-term rentals outside of principal residences. Albert, you talked about parking. I have a guest parking sign, and that takes care of my parking. I have a duplex with upstairs and downstairs, guest parking designation. But in order to put that second car on your own land, we also have a bylaw. I think it's 54% of the front yard has to be grass. 40%. So 40% of the front yard has to be grass. So if we change that bylaw to say 20%, then we can put 2 cars in the driveway. But do we want houses with concrete in front of them? So if we're trying to put people's parking onto their own land, we still need that 40% frontage in a bylaw. So we got that in place. A guest parking sign does it for me. Like it's something that we've used and we've used effectively. And that's about all I have to say. I wrote you a letter, so again, about the growth and diversification, etc. This is just what I'm taking about here. And the Airbnb platform is wonderful. We've used it for about 3 years now. I have a lady staying there tonight who specifically came to ski Jokum Valley from the website that we have. She's paying $203 to stay in my basement. I can rent a hotel room in town on hotels.com right now for $100. She chose not to because she's a tourist, not a worker, staying in a worker hotel. We're an industrial town with industrial people. 5 o'clock in the morning, guys go to work. There's noisy hallways. Our hotels are wonderful, don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing them, but they do cater to a different type of person. The people coming here to stay in Airbnbs and these short-term rentals are actually tourists that want to come to Hinton for Hinton.
Thank you. Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you bring up a good point, and I have a question for Ben. So this is my understanding. For an Airbnb, it's 14 days or less. For short-term rental, it's 30 days or less. So I just need confirmation on that.
A bed and breakfast is 14 days or
bed and
less,
breakfast,
yeah.
okay.
And short-term rental, we do have a definition in the bylaw, and it is the 30 days or less. And this is for residential. I'm not sure if you do have commercial ones as well. This is residential at first.
Okay. So 14 days or less, what is that?
Bed and breakfast.
Oh, okay, so if it's over 14 days, that is considered something different.
Over 14 days up to 30 is would be a short-term rental.
Okay.
But you're right, a lot of the similar requirements would mirror bed and breakfast in our land use bylaw already with regards to you need a development permit to operate a bed and breakfast, you do need business license, you need your 1 off-street parking stall or guest room, you're allowed up to 4 guest rooms. That is the same as bed and breakfast. What we have here in front of you in this proposed bylaw are other conditions as it relates to business license, enforcement, grace periods, and all those. So this is where we're at today with what council has.
So 364, so if I have an Airbnb in town, I don't have one, but if I did have one in town, could I just, could I get a bed and breakfast license for $75?
They're 2 different things. So your bed and breakfast is for up to 14 days. Okay, so if you wanted to do that, yes, you get a license. And I do want to also advise that I've been hearing this evening that home-based businesses require, a sign, a yard sign or a sign on their house, and that's untrue. You can if you want to. You have the option in the land use bylaw. You don't have to have a sign, and if you do want to have a sign for your home-based business, if you run I don't know, like mechanics, you know, if you're a mechanic and you're going out to the field and doing work and you have running your business from your home, you can have a little sign up to 1 by 3 feet. And that's usually placed inside your house up against the window, not typically out in the yard. We don't allow the yard sign per se. So that clarify that no, not all home occupations have to have a sign. It is if they choose.
So is this bylaw specifically for Airbnb? Is that what you guys are doing here? No? Then what's it specifically for?
Short-term rentals,
Short-term rentals up to 14 days, so bed and breakfast.
just 30 days. 30 days. Bed and breakfast is 14, right? This is for short-term rentals.
what's one
up to
night?
30.
What's one night?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry.
Yeah, if we can keep some order, if everything can go through the chair,
okay.
I wouldn't want this to just continue.
So what's
for
the definition of a one-night rental in Hinton? Is it bed and breakfast, or do we not have any bylaw for that?
Administration?
That would still be short-term rental, because typically people rent, from 1 to 3 days, or, you know, some rent a little bit longer.
In a bed and breakfast,
Bed and breakfast,
1 night, 2 nights?
I'm not sure. They have the option of up to 14. So
Okay.
there's similarities for sure for both. Bed and breakfast used to provide a meal to their guests, but that's no longer required under the requirement. So that has been changed in the bylaw as well.
So basically the same as an Airbnb,
Very similar.
very similar. So we have a very similar bylaw number 364, bed and breakfast under the home occupation, which takes care of pretty much everything we do here. So if we added a couple, so if we added a couple of lines to 364, we'd have 1162. So now we need a bylaw for short-term residents outside of principal residences, but we don't have one. So 1162 is squashing that altogether. So 1162 isn't about short-term rentals. 1162 is about getting rid of the short-term rentals outside of principal residences. Because we already have a bylaw over here, 364, that takes care of short-term rentals.
Councilor Race, any further questions for
No,
Mr.
thank you.
Bates?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Council? Thank you, Mr. Bates. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak against this bylaw?
Hi there, my name is Dean Harrismew. I'm a real estate agent. I'm a homeowner and a business owner here in town. I'm speaking in opposition to this bylaw. I also operate an Airbnb, and I also manage a property that does also operate at Airbnb. Two things. Having a business license implies that an individual is attempting to turn a profit on with their business. I don't believe that Airbnb or short-term rentals, on the whole, actually are trying to actually turn a business on it. A lot of people are just trying to earn, supplemental income, if you will, to supplement their mortgages. So not everybody's trying to make a business out of it. They're just simply trying to, help pay off their mortgage. That's one thing. And I have an individual that is operating an Airbnb and I'm managing their property. It's been difficult finding long-term tenants for them. So Airbnb or short-term rental seems to be, a viable option for her. I believe she actually wrote in and we already read about her. So she's the power of attorney over her father, and her father is unable to live in the home, and she does not live here in Hinton. So this gives her some very specific challenges that Airbnb or short-term rentals can help solve. This home has basically been dropped on her lap, and now she has no way to, help take care of the expenses for the home. Now she's, burdened with additional expenses on the home and no way to cover them. So simply put, I'm in opposition to any bylaws I also believe that any additional bylaws towards Airbnbers or short-term rentals only serves to penalize homeowners in Hinton, and actually would only serve to increase the amount of money that an individual would charge on a night-to-night basis. So I don't think that this is beneficial for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mr. Hermesue. A question, you said that you're in opposition to the bylaw, and I just clarifying question, are you in opposition to any bylaw that governs short-term rentals in any capacity, or just in the capacity where in its current iteration where it's not recognizing non-resident short-term rental providers?
I think recognizing short-term, rental providers and having some regulation in place could be beneficial to streamline the laws, I suppose. But excuse me, imposing additional costs to the homeowner, I don't believe turns a benefit to any homeowners or tourists or any sort of people attracting other people to Hinton. Plus, another point is not only does this hinder the tourism aspect for short-term rentals, but there's a lot of seasonal workers that come to Hinton on an annual basis. We have a mill shutdown here where people are only looking for a place for 2-3 weeks maybe, and finding a place for your individuals or for your employees at a hotel might be very expensive, and Airbnb solves an alternative, is an alternative to that.
Councillor Stashik. Good. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very happy that Councillor Ostashik posed that question, because that was my question. Are people opposed to the bylaw overall, or is it section 4? We don't want signage. We don't want the yard sign. We don't want the parking. We don't want the hard wire. Or is it the whole thing? And kind of what I'm hearing is there's pieces that we really got to talk about. And then another thing that came up was the land use bylaw. We've got something already. So I'll tell you, I love this. Really generated a good conversation. I've learned so much. And thank you, Dean, for what you said.
Just one last thing. I believe that an individual homeowner in Hinton should be allowed to do with their home what they intend to do with it, and invite whoever they like to into their homes. So that's another thing that Airbnb or short-term rentals offers.
Council?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition?
My name is Ori Major. The only thing that I'm complaining about is the sign in the window. Hinton is a very transient town, being on the highway. And putting a sign in your window is just, you're looking for riffraff. I don't want them in my house. Airbnb has a platform that sorts out the riffraff. They screen their guests before they let them book with you, so to speak. That's my basic complaint. So, any questions or?
Council?
No.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition of this bylaw?
Hello, my name is Jessica Hersey. I would kind of like to summarize what I've heard and kind of add in a couple points. I think as a group, what we're feeling is this bylaw is not obviously fleshed out yet because it's in its initial stages. But we already do have the the B&B bylaw for anything under 14 days. So I am kind of confused about anything under 14 days is covered with the bed and breakfast bylaw, but anything under 30 days is now a short-term rental. And then anything over 30 days is a long-term rental. And like it has been said, short-term rentals from month to month or 3 weeks here and there for shutdowns and transient workers is a very high demand in our town. And if you can't find a long-term rental, of course you're going to rent month to month or to whoever's in town with money. So I think the concern is really clarifying what you're trying to regulate and why. Someone did ask why this bylaw came up. I'm not sure, I didn't read anything about it, but if part of it is that hotels are concerned these short-term rentals are competing with them, then I would go back to the fairness aspect. So if I have a secondary property that I'm paying $2,000 for a license on, what's a hotel paying for a business license? Because on a room-for-room basis, that would be unfair to someone with one house and say potentially 5 bedrooms as compared to a hotel with 100 bedrooms. Are they paying $2,000? Are they paying $10,000? So to me, it's about clarity and fairness. And as it sits now, it doesn't really have either.
I can comment on that question. I do agree 100%. There needs to be clarity and consistency. And I think we heard that tonight of how do we mesh bylaw 364 and 1162 and what does that look like? But I'll also offer this in the answer though, just on the specific point that you said that hotels are charged more. The hotels will pay 72% more in property taxes based for them being commercial on the overall assessment. So there is a mechanism in place where they do pay a lot more. So just to answer that comment, that the fairness in there, Airbnbs, at least currently the way it's described now, would just still be paying a residential tax rate, which is 72% less on the assessed value of the home. So to me, that came into my head trying to rationalize that, and that's where some of the equity or equality comes back into play, that their tax bill is just so much higher, right? So, but again, it's finding that sweet spot of what works for that. So that's my thought. Councilor Magoon?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Ms. Hersey, and you'd mentioned this in your letter, and I think a couple others had too. It's kind of unfortunate because what I see in front of us is a room full of people who are running short-term rental accommodations that generally care about their business and they take pride in what they do. But case in point, even during election time and walking around, knocking on doors, seeing what concerns folks had, one thing, and I don't want to point out any specific streets, that's not fair. I think that's a little bit of a breach of privacy. Multiple times while I was going around town, people are like, have you seen the short-term rental Airbnb down the street? And those are the residences that we have to make regulations for, because those are the individuals who either aren't vested in town, who don't take pride in what they're doing and are causing a disturbance, or even in some cases a safety issue for those people who live around them. And so I think finding the sweet spot between what's the appropriate amount of regulation, how do we ensure safety for our citizens, and finding what's fair, absolutely, all fair comments. And I got a lot of really good notes for tonight. So I appreciate all the comments that have been made. Certainly will go into, I hope, our discussions moving forward. But you would ask, what was the impetus for this? There are a number of concerns from citizens who aren't in the room tonight who are asking us to regulate fairly. So.
Councillor Sachet.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Yeah, to the question specific regarding what was the impetus to have this brought forward, as Councillor Magoon said, during the election campaign, going door to door, and this isn't just myself and Councillor Magoon, talking with the rest of council, we all were hit with the same questions about concerns that citizens in the community have about the Airbnb that's being, sorry, I shouldn't say Airbnb, the short-term rental down the street that's not being run as responsibly as the individuals who are here in front of us today. You've all demonstrated you guys run your short-term rental facilities very responsibly, but there are people that don't. And the ones who don't, tend to be the people who don't live in the community. They live completely elsewhere, and they may not even have a property manager. They simply rent the facility out, and that's the end of it. They don't touch it, they don't look at it. So there's concerns that were brought during the election campaign, but even prior to that, this is something that was discussed at a town hall forum that we had approximately a year before the election. And even at that time, I had citizens occasionally reaching out to me with questions and concerns about short-term rentals, and that they seem to be running wild and free, and that they had concerns about the ones that had the irresponsible owners. So to your question about where it came from, for me, that's where it came from. It's concerns brought forward by citizens.
Thank you.
Council? Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition of bylaw 1162? Seeing none, is there anyone present who is deemed to be affected by
Mayor Michaels, Ms. Davy Campbell.
Administration?
Excuse me, Mayor Michaels. Yes, I do have one lady joining via Zoom that would like to speak.
Perfect.
I'm just going to start her video. Hi, Jacqueline, can you hear me? You're muted.
I'm not anymore.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me your time. I'm the power of attorney. So you heard my letter already, but I've heard everyone speak this evening, and I too had the question: what actually prompted that the bylaw should be proposed? And what I'm hearing is that there were a number of concerns from residents concerning the behavior of the guests in short-term rentals that were not on when the owners were not on site. May I make a suggestion? I don't see any nodding heads. May I make a suggestion then? I would very much like to propose then that you consider the option of requiring out-of-town owners to hire a professional property manager who is on site in Hinton, because I have also been an Airbnb, and I'm going to use Airbnb guest, and it's really annoying when the owners aren't on site. When the owners have hired a property manager, then they're able to address the issues if they come up immediately. But because I'm out of town, I'm in London, Ontario. So because I'm so far away, and because I respect my neighbors and I respect the property and I respect my role, I hired a professional property manager. And I'm not going to be able to get a business license because I'm not on title. And I'm not going to be able to move back to Hinton because I have my life and my family here in London. But I've done the best that I could do, hired a property manager, and may I make that suggestion? Because with someone on site, then you deal with the issues that can come up from, partying guests. And by the way, Airbnb has really tight restrictions and expectations around host behavior and guest behavior. And that's why I chose Airbnb over VRBO or any of the other short-term rental sites, because I trust the brand. They are class A. So that's my suggestion. I hope that solves some of the problems, because whether or not you've got a plaque on the outside of the house, it's not going to solve the problem. You need somebody on site in town to deal with things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Council? Seeing none, thank you for that again, Ms. Cappers. Mr. Bates? If you can come to the floor.
I just make a comment back to Albert and Ryan there. When you're talking to your constituents about the complaints, what was your response?
Anyone from council would like to address? Councillor Stashik?
So my response was my similar response that I have to any constituent that has a concern. I don't have personal experience, but I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'll bring it to council for council's consideration, because if it's a concern to you, it should be a concern to us as well.
Could you not direct it to bylaw and just say call bylaw if there's noise complaint?
If I may.
Or should,
So if it was a one-off, yeah, sure, but it didn't seem isolated. It was several, and I didn't hit every door in Hinton, but it was several people who talked to me about their concerns about it. So to me, that was saying this is more than just a one-off situation, and that perhaps there needs to be something that addresses it a little more broadly. And if I may, so speaking in terms of what you brought up earlier, Mr. Bates, regarding the bed and breakfast bylaw, it used to be that bed and breakfast and short-term rental accommodations were two separate things, and they did have separate governing criteria. And maybe it's now time to take a look at the bed and breakfast bylaw and the short-term rental bylaw, and perhaps roll those into one overarching bylaw with the changes around bed and breakfast being changed, so that there isn't so much of a difference between the two. Thank you.
thank you, Albert. I agree with the question about what are we against here? And I don't think any of us are against Airbnbs. I don't think any of us are against, what we're against in your bylaw here is the fact you're singling out non-residential Airbnbs. That's the only thing that I'm against. As far as your regulations go, business license, etc., it's all spelled out in 364, and I think that it's a wonderful bylaw. Again, if you can mesh the two together, it'd be great. But we do need another bylaw for non-residential, for non-principal residences.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
Thank you.
Before I move on, is there anyone else present who wishes to speak in opposition to this bylaw? Seeing none, is there anyone present who is deemed to be affected by bylaw 1162 and wishes to speak? Very similar to that. Mr. Kreiner.
Thank you, members of council. I basically see myself as deemed affected because I'm a citizen at large who hasn't got a role in this, but I am concerned about the long-term effect of a high volume of Airbnbs and others in the marketplace of affordability. I agree with what the presenters have said, that many people who run Airbnbs, it helps them pay their mortgages, covers costs when they aren't using the home, and et cetera, et cetera. However, as Hinton grows, and we're very fortunate we can see the potential for this growth in tourism and industrial traffic of a short-term nature coming to our community, there's going to be an impact that you haven't talked a lot about, and that's the market impact on the entire housing stock. Golden, Revelstoke, Whistler, lots of places have already seen that, and I want you to be at least aware of it and monitor it over the next 10 years as your leadership responsibility to make sure we have thought that one through as well. I'm glad that the safety and the health and the other kinds of issues, neighborliness, are pretty well clear and being understood by the operators here and council as well. So there's solutions to the interim things, but there's this bigger, longer term thing that we, the citizens of Hinton, could suffer from not having a nurse that we need because he couldn't afford to live here, or a person to serve you in the restaurant. And those are important issues if we aren't paying attention to the market effects of these kinds of things. I'll leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, first of all, council, any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kreiner. Is there anyone present who is deemed to be affected by bylaw 1162 and wishes to speak? Seeing none, do the councilors have any further questions? Councillor Taylor.
Number of people have mentioned this. It's in our bylaw. It's the hardwired in smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. That seems like a hardship for some people. Is that like a safety law requirement to meet safety regulations, or is that regulation plus item that's just been put into this bylaw.
Administration?
If I may, is Mac available to speak to this item? This comes from the fire department. He's available tonight. There he is. Thank you, Mac.
Thank you for that question through the chair to all of council. Generally, homes built prior to 1992 are not required to have hardwired smoke detectors. They are required to have smoke detectors, or smoke alarms rather, but they don't have to be hardwired. After 1992, and it's identified in the 1997 Alberta Building Code, they are required to be hardwired and interconnected to each other for all levels of the home.
Councillor Taylor?
Right, so what you're saying is condition 4.1. Where the hell is that? 4.1M is already in the building code.
That is correct. It's in the building code. It's a requirement for all properties built after 1992, or yes, after 1992.
So we don't, okay, so it's covered already in the building code.
It's in the building code, yes.
All right. Yeah, so we've gone in excess of the building code here in this bylaw for how homes that are built post 1992.
Pre-1992.
Pre-92, right, yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So part of this package included a letter from Airbnb, and they said that last year, 2021, we had 11,000 visitors come to our municipality and stay in Airbnbs. So my question is, of those 11,000 visitors that came to our municipality, did we see a rise in crime, or was bylaw called out, the police called out, the fire department? Are there any statistics to say that this is a...
Administration?
I'm sorry, I cannot speak to the other.
And if I may, for councillors, this is more for clarifying questions on questions that were asked by the people here. And then right away, when we end the public hearing, we go into questions regarding a broader topic of anything. So if there's anything that was, brought up by anyone who spoke here, let's get clarity on that question. And then otherwise, we'll have a thorough, I assume, long and multiple conversations regarding other broader topics.
I asked because that letter was included in the package, but I can bring it up later. Thank you.
Council, anything further? Seeing none, do councillors require further information? Seeing none, if not, I hereby declare that the public hearing relating to bylaw 1162 is closed and will accept a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hawes.
To make the motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much. And that'll bring us to our first action item for this evening. So my apologies here, which is short-term rentals bylaw 1162, second and third reading, and I'll hand it off to administration.
Point of order, could the old people get a bio break, please?
Okay, we'll call a 7-minute recess and reconvene at 5 to 6.
Maybe some of the young people.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this meeting at 6:08. That'll bring us to old business, section 7.1, short-term rental bylaw 1162, second and third reading. And with that, I'll go to our ICAO Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. Through you to all of council. Certainly appreciate the participation of so many people through the public hearing just closed prior to the break. Administration certainly has heard, and as council has heard, a significant amount of input and feedback regarding the proposed bylaw. Administration is at this point available for questions, but perhaps if I could, sir, just to you and council, it is not our intention to even seek second reading of the bylaw at this time, and our feeling regarding that is due to the fact of just how much information was received, and administration believes there's a fairly significant amount of work at the direction of council that needs to be brought back. So we kind of are looking at the possibility of bringing this back to a council meeting on May 3rd. And we would look to see, with the direction of council, to bring something to the committee of the whole for April 12th, which would allow some opportunity to make sure we've got it, and then can bring it back to that May 3rd date. So that a bit on the fly. I appreciate your consideration on this, sir, and certainly we are available and willing to answer any questions or follow up from the public hearing that council may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ICO Hanlon. Have Councillor Stashik and Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I appreciate the comments from ICO Hanlon. That was exactly along the lines of a motion that I wanted to make. And I'm going to make it anyways. I want to make sure it's captured by the will of council. I would like to make a motion, Ms. Davy Campbell.
If I could, sir, we have actually crafted a bit of something maybe as a starting point, if that may help.
I'll go to Councillor Stashik to.
Yeah, I didn't really have, sorry if I may,
Mhm.
I didn't really have anything regarding the following or anything. It was just a direction to bring it back.
To a committee of the whole?
I'd prefer to make my own motion if
Yeah.
I can.
Okay, absolutely.
So I'd like to move that the short-term rental bylaw number 1162 be brought to a future committee of the whole meeting before the end of April 2022 for further discussion. Yeah, so if I could speak to it, that falls within the window that ICO Hanlon had indicated. It does give a little bit of leeway though if there's some challenges in bringing it back for the 12th. It does give another opportunity in April for it to come back. Yeah, that was in light of the volume of the response that we got tonight, and the documentation that was submitted from citizens and residents. I'm certainly not comfortable moving it to second reading, third reading tonight. So I appreciate that recommendation from ICO Hanlon. But regardless of whether this motion passes or not, if council's got any proposed amendments that they're prepared to bring forward today, which would accommodate the following portion that was in the suggested motion, I'd certainly encourage them to bring them forward for consideration, because at the very least it gives us something to think about for when it comes back to committee of the whole in April, and it gives administration the opportunity to prepare some response and some recommendations regarding any proposed amendments today. Further, if this motion passes, I would also welcome any directions to administration that council might have for additions or changes or deletions, or even just additional information that can help inform that discussion when it does come back to us at committee of the whole. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then right after that, I got a few things that I think we would like to talk about in order to provide guidance for that meeting to give administration a chance. So I won't discuss those, but I think that's a wise decision because there's information that was presented here that I wasn't quite aware of. The B&B and the bylaw 1162 and how closely those things are tied together was something that I wasn't that familiar with before this. So That would be the nature of one of the 6 things I'd like to talk about.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with this, but I do agree that, whether subsequent motions can come forward to give some direction to administration before we have that conversation. So, but I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question that the short-term rental bylaw 1162 be brought to a committee of the whole meeting prior to the end of April 2022 for further discussion. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council? Councillor Magoon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a direction, please.
Absolutely.
That council direct administration to remove the requirement for principal residence
Excuse me, Councillor Magoon, would you like me to, are you going to start listing them? Would you like me to?
No,
list
it's
them
just one at
individually?
a
It's
time,
the
just
one
to
you're
keep
going
things
to?
simple,
Okay, thank you.
please. Sorry, residence, DENCE. No worries. From draft bylaw 1162. If I may, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, I think certainly I heard a lot of good feedback tonight in terms of direction. I think for myself, this is one that is an easy win for me. It certainly caused a bit of concern with our residents who are involved in the short-term rental market. And I think this is a way to start alleviating that fairly quickly. So we'll see if we can give that direction to administration if it's the will of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Stashik, then Hawes, then Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So depending on how this decision of council goes, I may have a subsequent motion. Part of the concern with the non-resident short-term rental accommodation provider was the fact that there isn't somebody who's locally available to address concerns if they're imminent. So as I said, depending on how this one goes, I may have a subsequent direction to ensure that can be that can be managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, I too am in favor of this. I heard outstandingly that, this is definitely a concern for some of our residents and business owners in the community, but I too feel, and I believe that it was a draft that came to us that some point before this one, that there was, and they named a specific person. So I too, as Councillor Stashik, believe that we still need to address that. Because I think we have to realize that, again, appreciate everybody who came out tonight, but these are business owners that have shown a great deal of conscientious, for their business and the hosting. But there's some out there that still are not necessarily doing that in our community. And it may not be Airbnb, it might be short-term rental accommodations concerns as well. So, as Councillor Stashik said, I'd be definitely remiss if we don't address that as well in the next conversation as well. But I am in favor of definitely removing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I think that motion goes in tandem with the offsite management motion as well. So I'm not going to speak to that because Albert beat me to the punch. And I had 6 things to say about removing the resident requirement. I'll save everybody the time listening to them because I think it'll pass pretty quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. ICO Hanlon?
Sir, if I could, I believe Ms. Thompson just had something she wanted to add here as we're considering these motions.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a suggestion. Because what you're doing right now is requesting amendments to the bylaw. My suggestion would be that you forward your suggested changes to the individual that's working on the bylaw instead of going through the process of all these motions. Because administration has heard the concerns, as has council. And it would be, so then administration has got the time to put the thought into what they'll bring back in April as potential amendments, because really you're not going to second reading tonight. You're requesting more review be done. So to actually start making requests for amendments to the bylaw at this point, I think is not a great process. I think it would be better if each of you sent an email and CC'd each other on the email, of course, with some suggestions that you'd like to see come through to the COW at that time. Just a suggestion. So I will leave it with you.
Thank you for that. I'll comment on this. Unless legislatively we can't do this, I would prefer at least doing high level consensus on what we may or may not, instead of having a long email thread of 3 people disagree with this thought and we have 20 ideas. So, but to also follow up on your suggestion that if there's anything else for administration to consider, sure, let's share those thoughts. But I think it's important to gain consensus on the top 3 to 5 topics, just to avoid an absolute mess. And I would hate for us to get together on April 12th, if that's the date, and be even more confused than we are today. So that's my thought. Councillor Haas, you had your hand. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, just briefly to speak to that, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. And I think while I respect the suggestion, I think there's an element of democratic process and transparency for our residents who took the time to come out tonight. And if there are several pieces of high-level consensus council can provide them with to demonstrate that council listens, council cares about their concerns, and that we are going to address them moving forward, I think that's an important part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. ICO Hanlon.
If I could, I believe Ms. Walker just had a question. Oh, excuse me. Ms. Walker had a comment she wanted to add at this time. Thank you.
Absolutely, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Interim CAO Hanlon, through to Chair, through to Council. If I could make a suggestion from Councillor Magoon's first motion to remove the principal residence from the draft bylaw, I think what we're meaning to do is we're meaning to add the non-principal residents into the bylaw, because if we take out the principal residents, those are the people that currently run Airbnbs out of their home as primary residences. So we want to keep that in because they do require to get a development permit as well as a business license for their business. We could put back in the non-principal residents. And when we came to you on January 25th, 2022, we suggested a 2-tiered licensing system where we would have non-principal residents would require a reasonable person. So that could be your property manager that is available in a short period of time, that can have access to the Airbnb and can also answer any questions of the guests. So if we want to go back to that, the only other thing with that tiered approach was that once you have a non-principal residence that don't live in the home, they don't require a home-based business development permit. So that was the difference. And then we talked about price, like the development application or business license fees. We talked about increasing them for the non-principal versus the principal. So that's kind of what I wanted to just address here.
Councillor Magoon, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with that because I think it still captures the intent. So if administration feels more comfortable with a slight wording change, the intent is still.
Thank you for that, Councilor Magoon. I'll give Ms. Davy Campbell a moment to bring that up and see if the change is adequate for you, Councilor Magoon.
Sure.
Councilor Magoon, you're okay with that change?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councilor LaBerge.
Well, they are included, just in a bad way. So shouldn't that say that we're going to allow them to own and operate a short-term rental?
So if I may, my one concern about hashing this out tonight is I don't want to get too into the weeds. This is simply to direct administration. Conceptually, I think Councilor Magoon is saying that we want to allow people who have a secondary dwelling to be allowed, and then that would be added into the draft. But getting into the details, I want to avoid, or we will be here till midnight, I am sure. So, Councilor Magoon?
Yeah, just to speak to that, Mr. Mayor, I in the past, as long as administration understands the intent of the direction, the whole purpose of making that direction until it's solidified with a bylaw reading is that they understand where we're going with that. And I have no doubt of that based on our conversation.
Perfect. Council, if I can just ask Ms. Davy Campbell to bring that up one moment. So the changed amendment is that council direct administration to include non-principal residents into the, I think, design, draft bylaw 1162. Council, any further debate, questions regarding this? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? It's passed unanimously. Councilor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'd like to propose a direction, please. I'd like to move to direct administration to incorporate a requirement for a non-resident STR operator to have a named local property manager requirement in draft bylaw 1162. And if I could speak to it quickly. I appreciate the suggestion from Ms. Cappers regarding having a local property manager. I think it gets around a lot of the concerns that were previously expressed regarding inability to access somebody local in the event of an emergent situation. And I think this helps to get around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councilor Taylor.
I'm in favor of that as long as that it's not your intent to limit the, if you live in the Hinton area, then you could be that person yourself.
Yeah.
If you live in the Edmonton area, then you maybe have to hire a local property manager. So there's nothing preventing you from being the person yourself. Correct?
Councilor Stashik.
If I may. So I worded it intentionally so that it just says to have a named local property manager. So not specifically to hire. So that could be if you have a primary residence in Hinton and you operate your secondary residence in Hinton as an STR, that you can be your own property management because you're local.
10-4.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor and Stashik. Council, we have a direction on the floor. Any further debate, questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question to direct administration to incorporate a requirement for non-resident STRs operator to have a named local property manager requirement in draft bylaw 1162. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Councilor Taylor.
I'd like to address off-street parking if I could, please. From what I heard, the input that I heard was that we need to modify the parking section to have the words up to 2 guest bedrooms. So provision of 1 off-street parking spot per guest bedroom up to 2 guest bedrooms. And the reason why I say that is that the other requirement here is that there's going to be no more than 1 bookings permitted. So the input that I got tonight was that 95% of the time 1 parking spot will do it, and virtually 100% of the time 2 parking spots would do it. So my motion would be to direct administration in the next draft that this would have the provision of 1 off-street parking site per guest room up to 2 bedrooms. 4 sounded excessive. If there's a friendly amendment, that'd be okay too.
Councillor Taylor, does that wording seem adequate for you?
Direct administration to have the provision of 1 off-street parking site per bedroom up to 2 bedrooms. Per bedroom up to 2 bedrooms. You might have a unit where you only have 1 bedroom, then you should only have 1 parking spot.
Councillor Taylor, are you good with that wording?
Direct administration to have a provision of 1 off-street parking per bedroom up to 2 bedrooms, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Laberge, Hawes, and Race.
I won't support this just because it's sort of dictating tonight, and the parking situation at Curtis's condo is good, but I think we should have a look at this. And if there is something that, in my view on this, is these properties have the potential to generate a bunch of revenue. And I don't think that neighbors should have to put up with the fact that these properties are generating the revenue. And I think parking is one of those issues where there can get to be issues. And I just like to have a look at this, so I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Laberge. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I'm okay with, to Councillor Taylor's motion, I'm okay with looking at the parking and getting some recommendations from administration. I'm just reluctant on putting a number on it at this time, because I agree with Councillor Laberge. I think, to some of the condos works great, but I personally have a house on my street that's a 4-bedroom house. I saw 6 vehicles there the other day that was an addition, to our street. So I guess, that some of these residents have more than, those bedrooms and is taking those spots. So I'd really like to just leave it more open to administration and kind of look into this a little bit further before putting a number specifically on it, and then have that further conversation on April 12th. So I'm okay with relooking at it. I'm just not in favor at this time with the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Race.
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, my concern right now is that I don't have enough information to support this. I'm all about looking at the parking, but where I have a concern is I think about a street like Sherwood Drive as an example. It's a small street. It's already well utilized on the street for parking. And I don't know what the impact that may have on the street, or pardon me, what that impact that will have to the parking on that street, especially when I start thinking about sending a fire truck down there, like a large tanker truck or a ladder truck. I need to know, if 4 houses on that street, because we don't have any density limitations right now. If 4, 5, 6 houses on that street suddenly start putting in 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, up for short-term rental, what's the impact going to be on that particular street where it's already crowded already? I'm all for discussing it. I just don't know what the impact is right now.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I see O'Hanlon.
If I could, just in a moment, Ms. Walker has something she'd like to add. If I could, and it's not inappropriate, I would philosophically encourage council to stay out of the weeds. I heard that comment earlier, and one of the items that I certainly took away from the public hearing was a desire for some alignment and consistency between short-term rentals, long-term rentals, accessory suites, all of these things, and certainly from a planning and development perspective, we would like to bring something back that is really comprehensive to deal with all of this on what we heard here tonight, and not have certain parking regulations for one use versus a similar use that has different parking regulations and so forth. That's just my thoughts to council. And Ms. Walker?
With that said, CO Hanlon, I think I'll withdraw. My comment basically was, we can't control our development services, the on-street parking. That is traffic bylaw, and they have their measures for the 72-hour rule, you know, and or if someone's blocking driveways and whatnot, and we can't control how many vehicles a dwelling has. You're right, there could be, my neighbor has 4 kids and they all have vehicles and we live in a cul-de-sac. So you just, you know, how do you control that? That was my comment. That's why at least in the home occupation development permit, we can control, okay, you need to provide that one off-street parking stall for your business vehicle, like whether, like if you run a business from your home or for your guest. So yeah, that needs more conversation, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'll withdraw it, but I'll still be highly concerned about that topic and minimizing the parking requirement and not putting businesses, people's investments out, you know, because of a parking requirement. But I believe the biggest reason I've heard for doing that is the combining of the short-term rental with the B&B thing, which I think we should probably do in a motion.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, any opposition to Councillor Taylor withdrawing his motion? Councillor Stashik?
Not opposition to withdrawing it, but a question for administration. I would definitely support ICO Hanlon's suggestion of incorporating parking into the short-term rental bylaw that's in alignment with where parking requirements are addressed elsewhere in terms of residential requirements and you know, external suites and stuff like that. So I'm not sure if there's a suggested wording or if administration even needs a motion from council to bring back something that makes parking in alignment with the land use bylaw and other bylaws that the community already has.
So is it okay, Councillor Stashik, if I call this to question to withdraw, since Councillor Taylor's motion is so, I think, pretty far from what you're suggesting, which I do support, or do you want an answer from administration that would impact you voting against that?
If I may, yes, that's exactly why I'd like an answer from administration, because it would impact how I might vote for the proposed motion.
Okay, thank you. Administration.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through to council. Right now, under the land use bylaw, we do have parking requirements for residential, whether it's, and I can go to it. So for right now, as far as what we said, bed and breakfast require 1 off-street parking stall per guest suite, and they're allowed up to 4 guest suites. So it would be the same for short-term rentals. If you choose to bypass the separate bylaw and perhaps embed short-term rental provisions into the existing land use bylaw, if you choose to do that, under our parking. So if you just bear with me a second.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. So I guess maybe a better question then is the parking requirement that's detailed in the short-term rental bylaw, is it already compliant with the land use bylaw and other documentation that addresses parking requirements?
Administration.
Thank you, Chair, through to Councillor Ostashik. Yes, it is. It's already compliant with the land use bylaw. With this new bylaw, proposed bylaw 1162, it still requires me to amend the land use bylaw to include short-term rentals as a definition in there, as well as to put a parking section in, to include it in the parking. So that's why it makes sense to be embedded in the land use bylaw, because it's where it belongs with all the other uses like bed and breakfast, secondary suites and whatnot. We could beef up the provisions and include additional conditions of the license within the land use bylaw. When we look at park install requirements, we talk about residential, single or 2-unit dwellings, two per dwelling unit. So when someone gets a home occupation or a business out of their home, we require that they always can provide their 2 off-street parking stalls, not including the garage or the street. So they need to provide that to us as well. Then if they would like to have a business from the home, they have to provide 1 off-street parking stall as well. And as was mentioned earlier, if they have trouble meeting that, we can look at variances for them, or we can look at ways that they can put in a parking pad, perhaps, if they like, and trying to keep the 40% front yard landscaping or hard landscaping on the property. We talk about suites with 1 bedroom or less is 1 per dwelling unit. Suites of 2 bedrooms or more, 2 per dwelling unit. Live work units, 2 bed and breakfast, 2 per dwelling unit, and 1 stall per guest suite. So you have to provide your 2 for the dwelling at all times, plus the additional for the use.
Councillor Stashik.
Yeah, I think I actually do have a concern with Councillor Taylor withdrawing it. I'd like it to be called the question, if I could speak to it. I want it to be called the question because I want council to weigh in on whether or not they think it's appropriate to have just 2 required parking spots, or if it should be more required parking spots than that to make sure it's in alignment with the land use bylaw and other requirements. And the reason I say that is there may be occasions where an extended family rents a short-term rental accommodation, and they have family members coming from all over Western Canada, say, for a family reunion, and they might show up with 6 vehicles. And if there's only a requirement for 2 on-site parking spots, that means 4 vehicles are parked on the street, which is going to significantly impact the neighbors and their ability to be able to park on street as well. So I'd like it to be called to question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Administration, just for confirmation, a motion to withdraw needs 2/3 support. I just want to clarify that before I call that to question.
Ms. Thompson, is it 2/3 support for the withdrawal?
Or any, yeah.
I don't mind withdrawing.
My apologies, I couldn't get my mute off. Yes, 2/3 to withdraw.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Council, any other debate, questions? Councillor Taylor?
I don't mind withdrawing my motion to withdraw and leave it up there.
You're withdrawing your withdrawal?
If you could speak to it, well.
I think upon reflection, it is important to get some sort of direction on this, right? Early on, and then we have a little direction moving forward. Yeah.
Okay. Procedurally, administration, to my knowledge, Councillor Taylor, I don't believe can ask to withdraw his question, his motion. He can simply vote against withdrawing and not be part of 2/3. Is that correct? And for the sake of yeah.
Okay.
Administration?
I believe that is correct, sir, that it's been tabled, or it's a motion and it needs to be voted on.
Thank you for that. So Councillor Taylor, just simply vote against it if you would like it to be withdrawn or not withdrawn. Council, anything further? I'm going to speak in favor of withdrawing it for the sole purpose, I think Councillor LeBaire said, I want to deal with this in April and try to understand what makes sense in attacking. And again, if we, I think, use this lens for 3 or 4 topics tonight, we'll be here like a long time. If we can get a few of the major ones out of the way and then focus our energies in April on things like this to get it kind of perfect, and then direct administration to bring an updated draft for May. I think that's my favorite approach. So I'll be voting in favor of actually withdrawing this and hopefully not dealing with it tonight, but that's my thoughts on that. Council, anything further? Seeing none, I'll call to question to withdraw the motion. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That was carried. Motion is withdrawn.
Correct.
Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had asked this question in public hearing, and now I want to ask it again. I don't necessarily need an answer tonight. I just need to get this question out there. And my question is to administration. The letter that we received from Airbnb says in 2021, 11,000 visitors came to our town. 11,000. Did we see an increase in crime? Did we see an increase in, bylaw visits, police visits? What did that 11,000 people do in our community?
Administration.
Sir, through you to Councillor Race, to all of council, that is a question that administration can take away and bring back to the committee of the whole discussion.
Councillor Race.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council. As chair, I can't put forward a motion, but is there appetite from council? In hearing what I heard tonight, I'm comfortable with our other mechanisms in place to not have a hardwired. I'm already getting tired. It's really early for us. For it to not be hardwired. If we already have something in place that says homes prior to 1992 don't have to have it, to me, that's a fair way to deal with rental, short-term, long-term. So I would support removing that condition if there's an appetite of council. Councillor LeBerge?
So that's a municipal code as far as a house for people to live in. So if you're keeping third-party people there that you're collecting rent from, I don't know if the rules are the same. If the rules are the same, I agree. But much in the same regard as parking, I'd like to have a look at that.
Thank you, Councillor LeBerge. Councillor Hawes and Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing that up. I had the same thought, but I guess I need some more clarity on the purpose of it, the reason it was first put into it. And I appreciate, Mac in his comments, knowing now that it is a requirement after a house built in 1992, and not prior to that. But yeah, I need to know a little bit more about the reason for putting that in, if there is a reason, because it is a third party, it's a safety issue, it's whatever, might be involved in that. So I don't know if that's a motion that needs to be captured so that we ensure the administration brings back to us some clarity on that, but I think the administration.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I have I see O'Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. Just if I could, and I've heard it a couple of times, and I'd like to speak to it, and Matt can certainly join us, but I will first just correct, it's not a municipal requirement, it is a provincial safety codes requirement. So it is a requirement of new home construction and subsequent home renovation and development. And I will share from a 25-year planning and development background, homes built after 90, I think it's 93, Mac, correct me. They weren't always, so a bi-level, a bungalow, maybe didn't have basement development done at the time, so it would not have been inspected. You would not have confirmed the interconnection of your smoke alarms. So I would actually administratively be encouraging council to consider keeping this in, because you don't know when it was done, if it's been maintained. The intention of the interconnection is in the event of limited egress out of a basement room or rooms, the ability to make sure if something's happening elsewhere in the home, that they're given adequate time to remove themselves from that portion of the home that may not be currently involved, but a single staircase or access point could get involved and then something tragic could occur. That's the requirement for the interconnectivity, but it is provincial, it is safety codes. I don't know, Mac, if you want to add anything further to that.
Thank you for that, interim CAO. That you're absolutely correct. It's actually the national building code. It applies across Canada. We have the Alberta edition of the National Building Code, but it is identified, and I did look it up while everyone was talking. It is 1992. Homes built prior to 1992 do not require hardwired. They do require a smoke alarm on all levels of the home. They don't have to be hardwired. They can just be battery operated. After 1992, so in 1993 and forward, they have to be hardwired on all levels of the home. And after 1997, they have to be interconnected so that when an alarm is activated from any one alarm, all alarms will activate.
Thank you for that, administration. And I know only 2 councillors spoke to it. I have no problem waiting till April. If this is, again, I don't want to be the cause of what I brought up earlier. If this is going to take us an hour, then I have no problem dealing with that in April. Thank you. Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Stashik.
I'm all in favor of following the building codes and whatever. I'm not in favor of going regulation plus on anything, and certainly having smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and for these type of things would be good. Whether it's hardwired or not, I would leave to the building code, but I don't have to talk about it now.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Stashik?
Yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of removing it at this point, but if there was a motion to direct administration to bring some additional information on the requirements of interconnected fire alarms in shared accommodation spaces, I would certainly support that, because my very limited understanding kind of aligns with Councillor LaBerge, and I believe that I understand, I think, that there's different requirements for shared accommodation and rental accommodation and legal suites than there is for single-family homes. So some additional clarification on that before council makes a decision would be appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, any appetite for what Councillor Stashik proposed? That would be something I would support. If administration can bring more info regarding it in April, it better sets us up for a better conversation for that meeting. Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to direct administration to bring more information on the hardwiring of smoke detectors and carbon dioxide for all types of short-term rent, all types of rentals. Maybe not short-term necessarily, because we might combine this with the B&Bs, right?
They're short-term too.
Okay, short-term rentals.
I'll give Ms. Davy Campbell one moment to bring that up, and I'll go back to you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor, would you be okay with that wording?
A smoke detector, we're missing the word. Hardwiring smoke detectors and smoke and carbon monoxide detectors.
Councillor Taylor, is that good?
Yes, I think that'll get us more information.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate, questions regarding this? Seeing none, call to question. Administration bring back more information on the hardwiring smoke and carbon monoxide detectors for short-term rentals. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Taylor and Ostashik for that. Councillor Taylor.
Hate to bring this up again, but since we did that for hardwiring and smoke detectors, I'd like to have something in writing for the parking as well, if I could, to ask similar wording, and that would be directed administration to bring back information on parking requirements for different types of rental accommodation. Then we'll have that information for us to look at as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'll give
maybe it's short-term rentals I'm talking about.
Short-term rentals. Okay.
Because we've got, now we're going to have these type, and we're going to have B&Bs, and circumstances are, and we're going to have the land use bylaw.
I'll give Ms. Davy Campbell a moment to bring it up, and I'll check the wording, and then I'll go to comment. Okay.
So we go ahead.
Yes.
That was for him to say, not you. He said it so much nicer, though.
Councillor,
Administration to bring back more information regarding off-street parking.
Yeah, off-street parking requirements for
short-term rentals.
short-term rentals.
Councillor Taylor, are you good with that wording?
Yeah, would that, a question for administration, that would also include them bringing back whatever the land use bylaws say for things?
Administration?
Sir, through you to Councillor Taylor, to all the council, yes, it would. That would form part of the lead sheet and give information both from ours and from some of our comparators to make sure that council is able to move forward with clear direction on the matter.
Thank you for that, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor LaBerge.
No, I withdraw. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Ostashik.
Just quickly, I think the intent of this is understood by administration, but the wording of it isn't. It says requirement for short-term rental. I mean, there isn't currently a requirement for parking at short-term rentals. So I don't know if that needs, if the wording needs some massaging, or if administration understands the intent well enough that they can bring back what council's looking for.
So what I'll do is I'll go to administration to get their intent of what's been discussed and what's put forward, and then I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, sir. If I could, through you to all of council, there is parking requirements currently in the land use bylaw. And so we would be looking to bring a discussion forward to the committee of the whole meeting on what those currently are, and incorporate some of what we heard here through the public hearing and the direction of council thus far, and allow, and I would anticipate we'd be bringing a recommendation forward on what we would suggest that be. Again, I don't want to belabor it, but we'd be looking to align this with other sections of the land use bylaw and ensure consistency and fairness around keeping the residential nature of these developments in mind. And, you know, nobody wants to see the front yard turned into a parking lot. And a reminder to council, every stall you put into the parking lot, you take away an on-street parking stall, because now it's a driveway access. So it really doesn't gain you anything, just as administratively.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Stashik, any comments?
Yeah, it sounds like administration understands what the intent of the motion is, and can bring back some information to help inform council's discussion. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council? Seeing none, I'll call to question to direct administration to bring back more information regarding off-street parking requirements for short-term rentals. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything further? Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm going to take a page briefly from a former councillor, colleague of ours, Councillor Curry. One of the things he'd do is he would, every once in a while, just list off the things he had heard people say. And I think before we move forward, for myself, I'd like to identify that to the people who took the time to come out tonight, so that they know it's not going to get lost. So some of the things that I heard tonight that are important, and I don't want to see them get lost in our discussions later, but I don't think we need to vote on them tonight, are the concept of the non-principal residency, the signage outside of a residence, the interconnected device requirement, a collaborative framework that works between various levels of rental, but also maintaining a long-term vision for affordability in the market and how that impacts our citizens as well. Those are just to highlight a few of the things. There's more than that, but I don't want to get into it too much, but I want the people who took the time out of their schedule, and maybe who are watching at home, to know that it's important. You were heard. I thought it was a very constructive process tonight. I appreciated it, and I look forward to further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, anything further for this item? Councillor Taylor,
no.
Councillor LaBerge and then Councillor Taylor.
For this item, I'll leave it go.
Yeah, which item?
No, it's open to any, just this action item. So I have Councillor LaBerge and Councillor
I
Taylor.
mean, the short-term rental action item.
Okay, I keep thinking about the discussion that Andy had and said, so what's the difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental, and so we have bylaw 364 on the books now. Are we looking to build out that one and just turn that into short-term rental bylaw? Or, because now this thing is anticipating both on-premise and off-premise ownership. So to me, I can't figure out why we're working on a separate bylaw. And so I don't know, do we need to give direction about that?
Administration?
Sir, if I could, through you to Councillor Labarge, to all of council. First off, the previous bylaw was an amending bylaw, so it's not a separate bylaw. It is part currently of the land use bylaw, and that's what this one would similarly be proposed to do. I believe administratively, we heard loud and clear the desire to try and align and possibly combine the two. And I would ask council for the time for us to investigate the possibility of doing that and addressing everything that's been brought to light about aligning that here this evening, including the principal dwellings versus otherwise owned dwellings, the ownerships, the lengths of stays, all of that. Certainly from an administrative perspective, it would be my preference to work this into existing regulations than to set up an entirely separate stand of regulations, unless they couldn't otherwise be incorporated smoothly. But we've already had a bit of a sidebar, and we believe there is some possibility to do that. And so we would just simply ask for the time to investigate that, bring that forward in a proposal and further recommendations for council's consideration at the committee of the whole.
Councillor Laberge?
Sure, I'll wait, but I mean, it really, since the meal requirement from a bed and breakfast is gone, there's no difference between the two stays. That's my only point.
Thank you, Councillor Laberge. I have Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Magoon.
If you nod your head, that'll give me an indication of what you think. But I'd like to see that I think words matter, and if we get that direction in words, then we don't lose that direction. So I'd like to see us direct administration to advise us on combining draft bylaw 1162 with existing bylaws and regulations, something to that wording.
Are you putting forward a motion, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, because then we don't lose the thought and forget about what we talked about later. I think it's important. It's the most important thing we've talked about, I think.
Okay, give Ms. Davy Campbell a moment to bring that forward, and then I have Councillor Magoon and Laberge after.
Well, I was general, so direct administration to combine draft bylaw 1162 into existing regulations or bylaws.
I'm going to go to ICO Hanlon for a moment.
Sorry to jump in. I don't believe the direction was to combine. I believe the direction was to investigate the possibility of combining. The two, this is saying we must do this when we bring it back versus investigate the possibility of doing it. So I just want to be very clear. I'd rather not have my hands tied or administration's hands tied and say we have to combine it. I am committing that we will investigate doing it. But
Councillor Taylor, was that your intent?
That was my intent. I can fix that.
Okay.
Sorry. Investigate combining draft bylaw.
Adding or combining?
Investigating.
To investigate combining draft bylaw 1162 into existing regulations or bylaws.
If we can keep it high, I think Councillor Taylor said bylaws, existing bylaws, and we can keep it high level enough that it gives administration the latitude to work. To get too specific here, again, when we have 2 more meetings to potentially pass this. Councillor Taylor, I heard you say bylaws.
I was general because there's not just a land use bylaw.
Right.
There's
so if we can just put bylaws. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Taylor, are you good with that?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, I'm supportive of Councillor Taylor's direction, but I have some serious concerns that there's been a number of statements made this evening that I'd like to sort of address because they pertain to this. There's been the identification multiple times by members of our audience of, 3-64 from land use bylaw 1088. First of all, a lot of people have identified 3-64 as its own bylaw. It's not. It's part of a 97-page document, which is our land use bylaw. So if we want transparent documents where if I'm a homeowner who wants to do a short-term rental and I want a quick and easy guide to how to execute this, I'm going to start waging through 97 pages worth of land use bylaw. I don't think that's transparent, and I don't think it's a good use of our citizens' time. I'm still supportive of investigating it. There's nothing wrong with that. And this other notion that the bed and breakfasts sections, not bylaw, the bed and breakfast sections within the land use bylaw 1088 covers everything. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. I've been a counselor since 2012. In that time, the number of complaints I've had about bed and breakfasts, 0. The number of complaints I've had about short-term rentals, lots. So they're not the same. You can't equate the rules and say, well, it's kind of the same, but it's not the same. They need different legislation because they do different things. Now, the problem is bed and breakfast as a whole, their concept is outdated because the definition has changed. This whole notion of having to serve a meal as part of it, it's gone. Should we look at, again, rolling this up into one easy to understand, transparent piece of legislation or bylaw? Yeah, absolutely. That only makes sense, which is why I'm going to support Councillor Taylor's direction. But we really need to make sure that we're not reinforcing some misunderstandings that there is a pre-existing bylaw that fully addresses bed and breakfast. That does not exist. And again, it is points A through D, or pardon me, A through E under 364. There are 5 points that cover bed and breakfast in that section. It is not comprehensive, and it doesn't address the problems that we've heard about short-term rentals in the community in the last couple of years, which is why, again, I just want to pump the brakes and say, let's not get some of our wires crossed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor LaBerge.
Same point. So let's draw bed and breakfast into this one then. I mean, you can't differentiate between the two stays. And I think if we get into a definitional war of what that is, one to the other, then we just chase our tail around. So my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need a little bit of clarification from administration. I thought I'd heard that bylaw 1088 or land use bylaw incorporates requirements regarding bed and breakfast, but short-term rental bylaw 1162 would be incorporated into land use bylaw 1088 as well. Wasn't my understanding. My understanding was short-term rental bylaw 1162 would be its standalone bylaw.
Administration.
Thank you, Chair, through to Council. It's an option. If you guys want to stay with your standalone bylaw, by all means, that's what it is right now, is drafted. Or the other option was to incorporate, embed it into the land use bylaw. Yes, understanding that the bed and breakfast provisions are limited, they are similar to short-term rentals, and we could add to that section to include a lot of these requirements that you have in the bylaw. So, I mean, it's up to council how they want to address short-term rentals, if they want to have a standalone bylaw or if they want to incorporate it into the LUB. Even with the standalone bylaw, I still have to do some amendments to the LUB and the development services fee schedule to be able to refer to this bylaw in this bylaw. So that's my concern too. Whenever you go to amend something, you have to amend 2 bylaws. You have to remember, what did you do in this one? Because now you got to go change that one. And then sometimes they get lost when they're standalone as opposed to in the document, the land use bylaw document. So those are some concerns that I would have as administration. Thank you.
Councillor Stashik.
Yeah, no, like I'm torn if I'm going to support this then, because I don't necessarily support taking short-term rental bylaw 1162 and incorporating it into land use bylaw 1088 and still potentially having the bed and breakfast section in 1088 there. My understanding was the intent was to take the requirements of the bed and breakfasts that are incorporated in 1088 and to make them part of 1162. Now, I might be confused, but I thought that was my understanding when Councillor Taylor brought this forward, but now talking through the proposed motion doesn't say that. The proposed motion talks about taking 1162 at some point in the future and potentially rolling it into the land use bylaw.
So with that wasn't my understanding, in a sense that administration would propose a multitude of options, right? If they're looking at combining, that could be combining within 1088, removing sections of 1088 to align solely with 1162. I think at least my intent with Councillor Taylor's motion is that administration would bring information that would allow us to look at a bunch of ways in order to combine them, not just combining them into 1088. Because if that's the case, then I would have a major concern too. I don't want this bylaw in 1088. So administration, if this direction stands in the way it's understood, is administration bringing options on combining this? And then we have a broader conversation of saying, do we just want to amend 1088 to remove some of the double language, that's whatever, or to add to it and have a separate, or is that the intent of administration in the month of April based on this motion?
Thank you, Chair, through to council. First, I just want to remind everyone that the land use bylaw, the purpose of it is to regulate land use and development within Hinton to achieve orderly growth, and then for the following reasons. So we are managing land with its short-term rental, and that's why it makes sense to be under there in the land use bylaw. If you wanted to look at not putting it in here, not putting it in the land use bylaw, but combining bed and breakfast with the short-term rental bylaw, are you saying add bed and breakfast in with that as a standalone bylaw and then refer to that bylaw under the land use bylaw for bed and breakfast and short-term rentals? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Can I clarify my wording and to get the meaning clearer? Yeah, for you.
Yeah,
if you don't mind?
absolutely.
Can I see the wording? That council direct administration to combine existing bylaws into draft bylaw 1162. Investigate combining existing bylaws into draft 1162. That's the real intent of it.
Combining bylaws?
Existing bylaws into draft.
Yeah, and that, I mean, really what I was thinking of is the B&Bs come into this and the
So Councillor Taylor, can we work, my apologies, but can we work on the wording before we, because there's a lot of work to do there.
I see. That council direct administration to investigate combining existing bylaws into draft bylaw 1162.
Into draft bylaw 1162.
Bylaw into draft bylaw?
Yes, into draft bylaw 1162. I'm sorry for the confusion. That was what I intended.
I have Councillor Stashik.
So that helps, and I'll support it, provided there's an understanding on administration, and I'm going to ask Councillor Taylor directly. My understanding of the intent of this was to take the bed and breakfast section of our land use bylaw and roll it into short-term rental bylaw so that there's one document that governs all short-term rental in private residences in Hinton. So as long as there's an understanding on administration's part that that's the intent of what this motion's trying to achieve, then that's fine. I would support it. My only question though is timing of it. Because if we're going to move 1162 forward and create a short-term rental bylaw that isn't currently addressing the bed and breakfast component, that's going to require additional amendments down the road. We're going to make this brand new bylaw, and then at some point down the road, we're going to have to amend it in the not too distant future to accommodate any necessary changes regarding the bed and breakfast component. And then the land use bylaw needs to be amended as well to remove the bed and breakfast component from there because it's addressed in the short-term rental bylaw. So in terms of efficiencies, I'd look to administration for a recommendation, because to be honest, I'd rather push the short-term rental bylaw second reading further out and be able to accommodate changes if they're required for incorporating the bed and breakfast component of the land use bylaw.
Administration?
That was a lot. Yes, thank you, Chair, through to council. I'm speechless. If perhaps I could forward that to CIO Hanlon. Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, through you to all of council, I believe, and I'm hearkening back to the earlier motion, that it's an April meeting of the Committee of the Whole. So I think we do have time to investigate and consider a more comprehensive alignment of this. I'm now going to push it the additional 2 weeks, but we have that under the current motion and bring something back that looks at combining the two. I honestly think, and we heard it earlier tonight, there's a lot of alignment between the two. So, you know, taking a look, and we've already heard, and I think it was a decade ago they removed the meal requirement from the bed and breakfast regulations. So I don't think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in taking a look at the necessary updates to the bed and breakfast portion of it, and then just seeing if we align it all under, I think perhaps bed and breakfast is just simply a bit more of an antiquated term, and it's been replaced by short-term rentals. So I think certainly if we can combine the two and without compromising the effectiveness of the bylaw, I believe that can be accomplished by the second meeting of April for the Committee of the Whole.
Councillor Stashik?
Yeah, then if that's the intent, then I'll fully support it. It means it's not having to come back and amend bylaws, you know, multiple times. We can capture it all at once and have one governing bylaw for all the short-term rentals, and including bed and breakfast, which, as ICO Hanlon said, is kind of an antiquated term, and they're all short-term rentals now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, anything further? Any questions before I call this to question? Seeing none. Call to question that council direct administration to investigate combining existing bylaws into draft bylaw 1162. Council, all those in favor? It's passed unanimously. Council, anything further for this action item? Councillor Taylor.
I don't know how to say this, but the exterior, well, I'll say it. Why are you laughing?
Because you make me laugh.
The exterior sticker thing is a bit of a problem for me. So we keep that in there. And I'm wondering if, I don't know if there's any, I wonder if what we're really looking at is enforcement options or possibilities for troublesome rentals, you know, if you live nearby, other than a sticker outside, because the sticker had the theft problem, right? So is there a way to get information to maybe better handle that without making it a theft problem for somebody?
Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, I would agree, and I appreciated the suggestion brought to us by one of our residents tonight about this, the possibility of treating that much like we would any other advertisement for a new business or development. But I think that's one of those things I'd look at. Hopefully, administration would have some feedback on when we look at this again in April. But I would agree, that's a concern for me too.
Okay, I won't muddle through another motion.
ICO Hanlon.
If I could, and not seeking to muddle it further, and I apologize because I just realized I am. I did want to speak to that came up earlier, and quite correctly, some communities require the posting of properties, some require notification of adjacent property owners either prior to applications being approved or after applications being approved. Just to be very clear with council, the town of Hinton does not. So what does happen is upon the approval of a discretionary use such as this home-based business, it would be advertised in the paper and nothing else. Adjacent property owners would not be letter notified. The property would not be posted. There would be an ad in the paper, much as we advertise all our other development permit approvals, indicating a home-based business had been approved at this location. So that doesn't mean it can't be contemplated, changed, something added into the bylaw around notification, but just wanted to be clear that currently the land use bylaw does not require that.
And if I could add to that, that is a requirement of the Municipal Government Act. That's the minimum requirement.
Councilor Taylor.
Could you say that again? What's the requirement of the municipal?
That's the minimum requirement for advertising.
Oh, the
for
advertising
Municipal
requirement.
Government
Okay,
Act.
gotcha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. Councilor Haas.
Yeah, I guess what I'm looking at is with making sure it's aligned with other businesses. If we're not expecting it of other businesses, I guess that's where we have to look at, and so I too would like to, administration to walk away with what we heard tonight and consider that, what are our options? But I think, I don't want to muddle it with some businesses have to and some businesses don't. I would prefer personally all businesses have to have some sort of requirement on their door if they have business, but I guess that's not part of our current system as it is. But I don't know if administration needs a motion to do that or if it will come here tonight, but I do agree that we need to at least have further discussion about that. So.
Yeah, so for council, is there appetite to give direction to bring alternatives or anything, or are we comfortable having this conversation in April? That's really the two options. If waiting until April is the case, then so be it. And if not, let's put forward a motion that indicates that we would like to see, et cetera, regarding this. Seeing no one. Council, anything further for this item? Councilor Race.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heather had said from now until we see this again, we can submit emails with concerns we have or things we would like admin to investigate. Is that correct?
Administration.
Sir, through you to Councilor Race, to all of council, we would certainly appreciate that. It does not necessarily mean it will ultimately be incorporated, of course, by council, but my preference would be to come to the last committee of the whole meeting in April with a comprehensive package for the consideration of council and not having missed anything or overlooked anything. So I would ask probably that those come in. I heard earlier a conversation around kind of these emails flying back and forth between council members. So I'm a little caught. I don't honestly think I don't think there's gonna be dozens and dozens of comments come forward after tonight. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. So my preference would rather be that if council comes up with something else, let us know. We'll investigate it. We'll bring it forward as part of the proposed bylaw and bylaw amendments, and then council can decide at that time, rather than getting into an email back and forth on the validity or warrants of it. Let us bring that with a bit of research for the final consideration of council.
So I brought that up because section 4, I could go through numerous things on section 4, and I'm not gonna, because it's gonna take a whole whack of time. So I'll probably be entertaining sending emails to administration. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Race. I have Councilor Stashik, then Councilor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unless it's something that's vitally important and extremely emergent, I actually don't support sending emails from individual councilors that commit administration to devoting time to developing things without a consensus direction from council. I much prefer that council's business be done in meetings, this meeting or the next committee of the whole meeting. I just don't feel that that's a useful use of administration's time, that they're investigating options based on a request from an individual councilor when it's not supported by a consensus of the group. So I would prefer that not be employed unless it's really, really critical that something gets addressed before the next committee of the whole when this comes to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stashik. Councilor Haas.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I don't want an email to come from our councilor from that administration. I think if we have changes that we want to make. I think they bring it forward this evening. So I'm going to make the motion to remove, basically, I think personally, to remove 4.1U. I'm just going to make that motion and see if it's entertained by council. I think we're going to speak to it after it's up there.
Sir, could I
well,
finish my discussion?
No, Councillor Hawes is putting a motion on the floor. I'll put the motion up and then I'll give him the floor and then I'll open it up to you.
Yeah.
Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, if I can speak to it.
If you're okay with that wording?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I'm just gonna throw it out there. We heard tonight, and I think realistically looking at it, is we don't require all home-based business to advertise their business. We're asking that this home-based business does that, and I think that can be deemed unfair. If we're gonna change for one, then we change for all, we'll start here. So, and the fact of the matter is, it was brought up, if residents do have a problem with, we call bylaw, or we call it services, and it would be found out to be an area B if that's the case. So I'm looking to see if the rest of council agrees to remove it, so it's not included in the next draft. If not, then it stays, and we'll discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion on the floor of Councillor Race and LaBerge.
I don't know if I'm going to be speaking to the motion. I want to speak to what I had brought up and comments by Councillor Stashik and Hawes.
We can visit that after the motion.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Race, Councillor LaBerge, then Councillor Stashik.
I won't support this for the same reason I won't support parking and some of those other things we want to have a look at. And no other communities use this, and there is a difference. I mean, if I'm going to have a weaving machine in my garage that I'm going to use, that's one level of impact on my neighborhood. If I have invited guests that come multiple times a week, it's another thing. So I think that this, like those other issues, we should have a look at. There's other communities using it, and I think that this is something we should probably have a look at.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting it either for the same reasons as Councillor LaBerge. In addition to the fact that one of the reasons that we previously discussed having an identifying sticker was to make guests comfortable that the accommodation meets kind of a universally broadly applied criteria. That's not just the criteria of Airbnb or the criteria of Vrbo or the criteria of Facebook Marketplace, which is essentially nothing. At least with that sticker, a potential guest has an assurance that it meets some kind of across the board criteria. And if there's a decision of council to not require the outward facing sticker, it even came tonight that there's maybe some different options, that there's a posting inside the building that the guests can see that when they get there, and it's posted. And I actually, after hearing the comments, and I apologize to whoever made those comments, but I actually liked what he said better than the sticker that's on the outside, because that document that's posted inside potentially has the contact information for the property manager. So if there's any issues, they know who to get a hold of, and it's required by bylaw. It negates the possibility of somebody renting it, going in there blind, and then having an issue and not having any idea who to contact other than the person, a Facebook Messenger or something like that. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with it. I do want to bring attention to, though, that the current bylaw also includes that there has to be a valid business license that is also posted within the residence as well. So, you know, the tenants do have that. And along with, I believe it also requires that there is, you know, house rules and things like that that are also provide clear instructions, information, guests how to expect when they arrive, and has that those things. But I'm all for it if like I said, this is an opportunity if it's the will of council to keep it on there and maybe discuss further in April. I'm fine with that. I heard the residents tonight speak of maybe it's not necessary, and the fact that we're not asking for other businesses, I guess it's just out of fairness as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to speak in favor of this right now because I feel like we're starting to get into that level of detail that is best served at a committee of the whole meeting. I think we hit some high level points up, but I think there needs to be a little bit more back and forth with an administration in an environment that's not as regulated. And for myself, I think that's a committee of the whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Taylor?
I do support it. I think theft was an issue that was highlighted. It was one of like the 3 or 4 top issues that people talked about. And I think that that issue outweighs any benefit from publicly identifying these businesses. So.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'm going to support this in the future when it's worded differently. There's something specific. So as Councillor LeBerge and I think other councillors mentioned, I like the concept. I don't think section U will stay the same, but let's hash that out in April on what that looks like, whether it's you know, a business license, et cetera, where it goes. Again, I like the concept, so I do appreciate this coming forward, but I look forward to potentially changing this in April. But unfortunately tonight I won't be able to support completely eliminating it. Council, anything further for the motion that's on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call to question to remove 4.1U, display 1, a non-illuminated sign sticker on the exterior of the accommodation that is visible from the road, identifying the property as an approved short-term rental to the satisfaction of the Development Authority from draft short-term rental bylaw 1162. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated 5-2. Council, I had Councillor Race.
Thank you, sir. So please take this as respectfully as I am delivering it. At the very beginning of this conversation, I think you, Mr. Mayor, had said, let's bring the big ticket items forward, hey? And the little stuff we can deal with later. So I'm seeing big ticket stuff coming. I'm seeing little stuff coming. The legislative assistant had said, you guys, if you have, you know, questions, get them to admin, and then they'll bring answers to the committee of the whole meeting. Also, from now until we do meet at the committee of the whole, there's going to be a lot of questions generated, and I'm not going to sit back and not submit my questions to admin, and also to let administration, or I'm sorry, council know what I'm asking. And questions that I do ask admin, I don't consider any of them wasting, and maybe that's not the term that was used, wasting, but my questions are pertinent. I need an answer. So I would like you guys to know that I will be submitting questions, and all of you will get a copy of the question and the answer. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I'll speak to that. Administrative inquiries are part of what we do. They're allowed, councillors can ask, but just bringing that extra focus for me, I'll speak for myself, that administration will get maybe more elaborate. To me, it's a requirement. They will answer if they're able to. So I just wouldn't want to isolate it just for this item. For any topic, any councillor should exercise the right for an administrative inquiry, and administration will deal for it. So for me, I was just getting to the point where if administration is going to focus an excessive amount of time to still implement our current policies that allow them to, if it is excessive, to not provide that in time, right? So it's just continuing what we currently practice. ICO Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. And if I just could follow on that, just a reminder to all of council that any of these inquiries Please forward them through myself and not directly through to council or to administrative members, and then I'll action those items with to the balance of staff. Thank you.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon. I have Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and to speak to Councillor Race's concern, if I may, although I'm interpreting some of what our colleagues have mentioned tonight, I don't think the concern our colleagues had this evening was based around questions about the draft bylaw. I think the concerns that I heard from them was a councillor instituting an email which would lead to an amendment of the draft bylaw. And that, I fully agree with them, that can't happen. That needs to come by way of either a committee of the whole meeting or from a regular. That was my understanding, so I that's just my interpretation of your concern. I don't think that's what they were looking at.
And may I respond?
I have Councillor Ostashik, then Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's very much in lines with my concern. To me, this is no different than any other item that comes before us. Clarifying questions are submitted to administration. Answers to the clarifying questions are provided to all of council. That's fine, but that's not what was suggested earlier in the meeting. What was suggested was compiling a list of suggestions of amendments that you'd like to see come forward in the next draft, and that's something I don't support. To me, that is a councillor directing administration to perform a task without a consensus agreement of council, and that's in violation of council's procedure bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. Councillor Race.
And you know what? I apologize. That never was my intent in submitting a question. My intent was not to do what Councillor Ostashik has indicated. So my apologies.
Thank you for that, Councillor Race. Council, anything further for this item? Seeing none, I'm going to call a 3-minute.
The recommended action coming from administration is that council authorize the interim chief administrative officer to sign the renewal of electric franchise agreement dated January 1st, 2013 between Fortis, Alberta and the town of Hinton, as dated November 21st, 2022. It is attachment 1 in your council package. Council may remember that on January 25th, the Committee of the Whole considered the electric distribution system franchise agreement renewal. There was a PowerPoint from Fortis, Alberta. It contemplated, it's an original agreement between Fortis and the town of Hinton that contemplated or set out a 20-year term. This is in essence, the second renewal, taking us through years 11 to 15 of that 20-year term. And it does just require a signature from myself as the CAO. The renewal of the franchise agreement is a typical process in these 5 years increments. It is, as I mentioned, the second of a 5-year extension. The final extension will continue the franchise agreement to December 31st, 2032. And at which time the agreement will be renegotiated in 2031 and 2032 for a new franchise agreement, which would be dated January 1st, 2033. I did actually just hear before the break, and I will just comment under financial implication, the authorization to sign this renewal letter does not affect or change the franchise fee charged by Fortis Alberta. That is not, has nothing to do with this. This is the franchise agreement between the town of Hinton and Fortis. The options are on page 79 of your package, and administration's available to answer any questions, sir, that you may have.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon. I have Councillor Hawes first.
Yeah, before we move on, I just want to make a motion to extend, because we're not going to be finishing the meeting right, so we could just do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion to extend on the floor. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That is passed unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I have Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Ostashik.
I'll withdraw.
Councillor Ostashik?
I was just going to move that council authorize the interim chief administrative officer to sign the renewal of electric franchise agreement dated January 1st, 2013 between Fortis, Alberta and the town of Hinton as dated November 22nd, 2022, attachment 1.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate questions? Seeing none. Since there was no debate, I'll just call to question. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council.
Thank you.
Anything else for this item this evening? Seeing none, that'll bring us to 7.3, the Hinton Golfing Society 2022 Proposed Operating Agreement. ICA O'Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. I will hand this item over to Ms. Weber, and she will take us through this. We are on page 82 of your agenda package, and I'll just give Debbie a chance to get settled.
Thank you, ICA O'Hanlon, through to the chair to council. Sorry, I'll just get my mic so everyone can hear me. So what council has before you is a request for a decision tonight regarding the Hinton Golfing Society proposed operating agreement. Back in January, council passed a motion that on the condition that an operating agreement is signed by the Hinton Golfing Society, the council direct administration to move forward with the proposed lease agreement for the golf carts. On February 22nd, before council, you saw a draft agreement that was literally received just from legal department. We hadn't had any time to sort of look at our own information in there. And so since then, we've been working a little bit with the society on some of the components of the agreement, such as the asset listing and the inventory listing of the pro shop. And what you see before you has input from our finance department, our legal department, and also includes the comments and suggestions that administration heard from council in February. The agreement has been sent to the Hinton Golfing Society, and I have had conversation with them a little bit back and forth, just for clarity on some of the clauses. I anticipate there'll be more discussion, but haven't heard anything just yet. Just to take council back, so the original agreement with the Hinton Golfing Society in 2020 was only for 1 year with no renewal clause. I heard from council last session that there was an appetite for sure to sign a longer term agreement. So what you have before you, council, is a 3-year agreement suggested with an option for renewal in the terms of the agreement. This would be consistent, this 3-year term would be consistent with our other civic agency agreements, as confirmed by Ms. Way this evening. The motion of council on January 18th essentially tied the lease guarantee bylaw with the operating agreement for the Golfing Society. And as such, if council wishes, council could consider a 6-year term agreement with the Hinton Golfing Society to coincide with the lease guarantee bylaw for the golf carts. Now, the only reason the lease guarantee bylaw for the golf carts is a 6-year term is because the leasing agency is trying to make it a little bit easier for those that are leasing to make those payments only in the operating season. It is a 36-month term lease, essentially, but they span it over 6 years just to give them the opportunity to pay that lease only when they're operating. So council could consider a 6-year agreement. However, it is administration's recommendation to be consistent with our other civic agencies and just have a 3-year agreement, which is much longer than the original, with a renewal of 3 years or whatever term after that such time. This would also allow for review, to revisit, and to revise that agreement by both parties at that time if there's things to look at and there's other things changing within our economy here in Hinton. With that, I would like to just now leave it open for council to ask any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Councilor Magoon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so we can get it on the floor, I'd like to make a motion that council direct administration to enter into the Hinton Golfing Society operating agreement 2022 to 2024 for the operation of the Hinton Golf Course. And if I may speak to this, I appreciate the option for a 6-year, and in fact, if all things being equal, I might even support something like that. The reason why I'm holding out for 3 is exactly what you've identified to us, is that gives us a chance down the road to potentially look at the pitfalls or areas that we want to modify with this agreement. And then, in discussion with our partners, have at it, 3 years down the road. I just think that's more sustainable. I think it's forward thinking. I think after the last several months of conversations we've had with the Golfing Society, I would hope that they understand that we do have confidence in their roles and in their abilities to move the operations of the course forward, and that's why I'm willing at this point to put it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Hawes and Councillor Taylor LaBerge.
Thank you. I'm not in support of this, but I do have just a couple of clarifying questions, if I may. In 4.2.3 on page 89 of 111, it just talks about the town representative, and I'm assuming that that's somebody that would be appointed by our CAO, who would be the best fit for that from administration. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor Hawes, through the chair. The town representative for this agreement would be the CAO or their designate, and there would be a designate should they want to be doing any kind of an improvement, renovation, or modification to any part of the facility which is town-owned. They would have to have approval from CAO. Absolutely.
Okay. Just another follow-up, and don't want to be, from past experiences, I have a major concern with deferring payments. And under so 4.2.9 talks about, and specifically to the golf cart lease on page 90 of 111, complying with all the terms for payment of the golf cart lease or other terms and conditions of the golf cart lease. And my concern is there any room for that representative to also be consulted if payments are going to be deferred, to understand and have a plan? Because my concern is you defer and it just puts it off, and then if there's other concerns, then and unfortunately we've seen this happen. So I notice in 4.2.3 it just speaks to improvements, renovations, modifications, and additions to the facilities. That's what it limits that town representative. But as a town representative, could it be included in those financial possible decisions as well?
Administration.
Thank you through the chair to all of council and Councillor Hawes. Thank you for the question. I'd like to just point out under the general covenants of 11.1 that all the communication will come through our general email that goes to our finance department. So there's more than one individual receiving information. With the town being the lease guarantor for that golf carts, if there was a request by the other party or us, in fact, to defer a payment, the leasee, the leasing company, would come back to both parties to say, are we in agreement to do the deferral? So at that time, our finance department and the CAO can make those decisions. Are we going to make the payment on their behalf? What do we want to do with that? So we would always be notified, so they wouldn't just have an ability to defer a payment without our knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Taylor.
February 22nd, we gave you direction to seek legal regarding a general termination clause. I don't see a general termination clause unless I missed it.
Yes, there is. Thank you through the chair to Councillor Taylor. The termination is Article 7 under inspection, renewal, expiry, and termination. So 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all regarding termination and renewal for different purposes or different conditions, if I may.
Yeah, that's my point. We all have conditions. There's no general termination clause. I thought we had asked for a general termination clause. That's what we voted on. I don't see it.
Just one moment, please. There was one clause. In 7.4.2, in the opinion of the town, acting reasonably, a significant adverse change occurs, and as a result thereof, the town is in the opinion that the society does not have the ability to operate the facilities effectively. I think that's as general as it gets if you're looking for something very specifically general. But I could check with legal again if you would like something termed a little bit different.
Councillor Taylor?
Significant adverse change, not necessarily in the operation of the golf course. It could be something that happens, I'm thinking of camera stuff.
If I may, through the chair to Councillor Taylor, are you thinking of something more along the lines of a force majeure statement that allows, at some point in time, the town could terminate the agreement,
I
period?
thought that's what we were talking about, so that we could have flexible to deal with all contingencies that could happen in a period of time. Maybe I misunderstood what we did on February 22nd, but every clause here has a condition to it. It's not a general termination clause.
Ms. Weber?
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Taylor. What I had written down for the termination was the term of the termination, because the original draft agreement came at 30 days notice, and we did change that to 60 days notice, but I didn't realize that you wanted something more general as a termination. I could add that to the agreement if it was the wish of council.
I think it is the wish. We've got the motion that says that.
Councillor Taylor, are you proposing a change, or?
I'd like the motion previously provided to be followed.
Are you putting forward a motion?
I move that we follow motion CW 220222.08.
Administration, if that motion was put forward, I'm just trying to think of the logistics of how that is implemented within this current draft. Or Councillor Taylor?
I mean, before I put that forward, I'm just asking, I'm just telling you what I see based on what we did on February 22nd. Is that not what you see?
Okay, I have Councillor LeBairs and Councillor Magoon in the queue.
So I know one of the issues is you sign a contract, they go hire personnel, they do all the things, they're doing their job, they're doing what they're supposed to do, and we go, well, we can just fire you with no notice, no. An example, if the property were to be sold, if you had a third-party manager managing that property, there would be provisions there, but I mean, there needs to be some, or how do they go hire how would we ever have a pro in the pro shop? Like, the guy is not gonna come here if, he's got 60 days of runway on a contract.
So that's my question.
My apologies. I have Councillor Magoon in the queue. I'll give the opportunity for all of council to comment on this. Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, just to speak to Councillor Taylor's concern, my interpretation is that termination aspect has been reached with Article 7, and for the exact same concerns that Councillor Labarge laid out, and we've addressed this previously with the society. If that there's a termination clause without any kind of criteria behind it, it gives the town the ability to terminate that agreement essentially point blank. That provides no job security to the professionals that, as a society, they want to try to attract to the course, and it's going to make that job really difficult. So in this case, there are a number of termination points here. Their inability to deliver the expectations. There's the inability to manage the assets and the facilities. There's a lot there, and for myself, those are all good reasons to terminate. But to simply say, well, we terminate because we feel like it, because there might be something better, I don't think that is going to establish a good relationship with the society in our town. If we're going to sign an agreement with them for 3 years, let's sign it. And here's the reasons why we're going to terminate. But I don't think to terminate without cause is good for sustainably managing the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Taylor?
Okay, so here's my concern. I'll be specific. If we have a great sale offer for the golf course, where's the clause that says we can sell the golf course, so we have to wait out 3 to 6 years? Which clause is that?
Administration, any comments or?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Taylor. You're right with in that kind of a specific case, there is not a clause that addresses that. We could add that. It is still in draft. It's not signed by the society. We could add that if you wish.
That's my primary concern. Yeah. Otherwise, we're stuck for 3 or 6 years.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council? Councillor Magoon?
So I guess my question to administration is, then is it as simple as adding a clause that says, or upon mutual agreement to terminate the contract?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Hodge, or sorry, Councillor Magoon. I would seek legal advice on how to word that appropriately.
Councillor Stashik?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just specifically just referencing the direction that Councillor Taylor is talking about that was carried at the February 22nd, 2022 meeting of council. It was to direct administration that's okay. Yeah, I have it here. To seek legal to add a general termination clause to the Hinton Golfing Society. Blah, blah, blah. What was the result of the legal advice regarding that?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Stashik. I thought that I had met that intent with all of the different conditions in Article 7. I thought I had met that general termination clause, and apparently I have not missed that, or I have missed that, so I can obviously go back to legal and add that clause. I didn't get specific advice on how that would get worded or how it would look.
If I may. I agree with Councillor Taylor, because my understanding was that was regarding an option for termination of the agreement at the direction of council. And yeah.
ICO Hanlon?
Thank you, sir. And as I recall the discussion in February, and I want to just confirm, since it appears we'll need to get further legal on this, the possibility of a sale, I recall there would be greater time than 60 days. I recall essentially they'd have to wrap up that year, they'd have to complete the year, that it would be not necessarily 30 or 60 days, but to Councillor Labarge's concerns earlier, attracting and letting staff go, winding down operations, changing operations, whatever might be entailed by a sale. I recall something to the end of the season, if that's not, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, in hearing some of the concerns and some of the viewpoints of some of my fellow councillors, I think it might be wiser to just withdraw for right now and see what the will of council is. If council's willing to let me do that.
Council, there is a direction on the floor to withdraw at this current time. Any debate? I'll call to question the motion to withdraw this motion. All those in favor? That's withdrawn. Thank you, Council and Councillor Magoon. Council, what would we like to do with this? Councillor Taylor.
I can be more specific. My concern was that we seek legal at a general termination clause in this golf course agreement. My concern was specific to the sale option. I don't know if we want to be that specific. We weren't before, but I can be. So basically, the motion we had before was good if you don't want to be specific. The motion we had before was direct administration to seek legal to add a general termination clause to the Hinton Golf Course agreement at the sole direction of council and providing adequate notice. And it was mostly in relation to the sale. So that, I think, covers it. So we don't need any direction. It's already there.
Administration?
Sir, through you to Councillor Taylor, to all of council, I believe the current motion is adequate with the perhaps a bit of the clarification here this evening. And we can certainly get that. I'm not sure how quickly we could return this item. And I guess in terms of so many golf course related items, does this affect anything delaying it possibly 2 weeks?
Thank you, ICA O'Hanlon. Two things. So in the package, in the report, council could look at option number 2 to enter into the agreement with suggested amendments, in which case I would go back and seek legal advice to add some language about a general termination clause, as has been more clearly defined to me this evening by Councillor Taylor. So there could be that motion, and I was hoping that I'm trying to time this with the lease guarantee bylaw, which is coming back to council April 5th. So I'm trying to time them to meet the intent of the motion from council from January, that they coincide, that one gets done with the other, that the operating agreement is signed at the same time as the lease guarantee for the golf carts. So that's my only restriction, but we could bring it back if council wishes to see the agreement again.
Thank you. Councilor Magoon?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think for myself, and I'm certainly open to persuasion, but I would hope coming out of tonight, if that's the transparent goal, is to make a clause within the agreement that allows for the town to terminate the agreement for the, the sake of pursuing a sale. I'd like to see that come to a very clear vote, that's captured on paper, because I won't support it. I think we've gone through a process where we had put out a request to the public, or pardon me, to the business community to entertain some of their potential solutions. And for myself, I really didn't see a whole bunch. The one thing that I know exists in the community is that there is a large desire for this community to have available golf. And I think if we have that kind of clause within this document, that opens us up to the potential of not having golf very clearly. Because then any sale that we search after is going to have, it's going to get complicated, and I don't want to go down that road. So for myself at this moment in time, I don't know if I would support that. I like this agreement. It sets up an operating agreement with the society in town to ensure that there's golf for a period of 3 years. That's what I want to put my money on and see what we can do. And at the end of 3 years, if that can't be delivered, then we can terminate. Or between now and the end of 3 years, if they can't deliver on this, then we can terminate. I'm okay with waiting 3 years to see how this turns out, because it gives our society some sustainability and some long-term planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Councilor Taylor?
I'm not prepared to put any more motion forward because there is a motion already there that covers this. I think it's already there. And of course, if we get a great offer to sell the course, it's going to be for somebody who's going to buy the course to make a course, keep it as a course. So I think we've already made this motion.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. For myself, this is the opportunity to pivot from any motion or whatever. So I agree, though, if that was the original intent, we can direct administration to go forward. But we also have the opportunity to just move forward with any other option, right? We're not bounded by that only. But ultimately, it comes to the question is, what do we want to do? And I'm leaning with Councilor Magoon based on, and I know certain things we can't disclose. I'm comfortable committing a 3-year operating to this group and then moving forward. But that may not be the will of council or to every councillor. I think that's what we have to decipher. But for me, I'm ready to commit for 3 years. For me, I have other priorities that I'd want to focus on that I just don't see the need to put a caveat in there to exit between golf seasons. So for me, in hearing everything and kind of letting it flesh in my head, if I'm going to move to actually sell the golf course in itself, to me that's a broader, huge conversation that I would have no problem aligning in 2025 and beyond that. So for me, I'm kind of comfortable, and I'm also open to, if there's some reservation, then let's do a 2-year agreement with them, because I don't foresee us focusing the next 8 months to alter the 2023 season either. But if there is, obviously speak that, but I think we iron out at least a 2-year, and I'm comfortable with 3, and then we reassess everything of what we want to do. So those are my general thoughts. I have Councillor LaBerge.
I'm really torn on this one, actually, because I agree with that, because it's a group of citizens doing a service, but as stewards of a multi-million-dollar asset, I think it's prudent to be able to head with that asset in as many directions as you possibly could. And what we're talking about here is standard management stuff. I mean, if you're my property manager in my building and I sell the building, your contract's over. I mean, that's just a standard management arrangement. And I don't know that having the flexibility, and we're arguing a point that may not happen, but I'll tell you, if that option came down and there was an $8 million option 2 years from now, we'd be looking pretty dumb sitting there waiting another year, or the deal went away or whatever. So I just think that as stewards of those assets, I think it's important, and it doesn't take anything away from the society. Like, it doesn't, what we're talking about here doesn't reduce their management. Companies can go hire people. All we're saying is, as long as we own this place, you can do this. My thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Magoon.
I appreciate those comments. I think they're right. I think what we have to focus on then, if that's the will of council, we really have to make sure that we communicate that moving forward. And I think that perhaps that's part of that next piece where we're looking at representation on that society. So it's just important to me that we don't lose the communication. Sorry, if it's the will of council following this action item, and we get representation on the Golf Society, that communication piece has to be something that we capture very clearly. I just don't want them to get the wrong impression moving out of tonight.
Agreed.
The council's looking for an out on the golf course. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon.
This discussion should let them know that we don't actually know where we're headed, so.
Councillor Taylor.
Maybe it would be in the sake of our own interests if I did put a motion forward. I'm going to be more specific than we were before, because that didn't seem to work. So motion by Councillor Taylor that council direct administration to seek legal towards adding a general termination clause for a possible sale, or potential possible. I mean, it's not, there's no sale.
Correct. It's only in the instance of.
Yes. To add a termination clause for a potential sale. To the and then you can go to the Hinton Golfing Society 2022 proposed operating agreement. I'm sorry, I'm going too quick. Add a termination clause for the potential sale to the Hinton Golfing Society. Sorry. Yeah, there it is, right there. Oh, no, that's not it. Okay.
Yes, it is.
That's different than what's in the agenda that we just approved. In golfing agreement, and after the word agreement, after 2024, I believe, you would do at the sole direction of council and providing adequate notice. That was the same direction we had before, just a little more specific.
Providing adequate notice?
Yep.
Councillor Taylor, you're good with that wording?
Yeah, do we have to say 2022 to 2024 agreement, or do we just say?
Society operating agreement 2022 to 2024 this whole direction.
Sure, that's okay. I think so.
Councillor Taylor, would you like to speak to it?
I think Brian covered the point eloquently. It's just prudent of us as it's not that we're going to do this, it's just that we need a clause in case something, I'm not going to say fantastic, in case something happens that's too good to pass up.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Stashik, then Councillor Magoo.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Question to Councillor Taylor, I guess. Is the intent to direct administration to seek legal advice and bring that advice back to council? Or is it simply just to direct administration to add that clause? Because it's a given that it goes through legal, and legal would make sure the wording's correct. My understanding of that motion, because it's worded similarly to the previous motion that was carried, was just for administration to go to legal and get advice. So my suggestion would be, if the intent is just to add that clause, to take out the seek legal part.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's the intent.
Thank you. So Councillor Taylor, you'll accept that friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
Just give Miss Davy Campbell 1 moment to change that.
Just to eliminate to seek legal.
So it would take away to seek legal. To seek legal would be removed, I think. Is that good, Councillor Taylor?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's good.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, you know, in consideration of those points made by our colleagues, even though I don't like the concept, I think you're right, having the option in there is important. So, and I think if I didn't have it in there, I would sort of be prejudging a decision down the road. And I don't think that's good fiduciary leadership. So in this case, I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I'll be speaking against this. The principle is sound, but I guess it's a matter of perspective of what you support. I've heard from the community pretty loud and clear that they don't want to sell the golf course and have it not operated by a local group. They want a municipal golf course in order to keep prices at a certain point. That's why I'm flexible to have a shorter agreement with them, but I'm committed for 2 years, where again, this doesn't address the issue that started this conversation of giving assurances to those who work there that we are committed to them for X amount of years. If we had something specific that we we're contemplating at this time, then I could potentially support this. But again, I want a municipal golf course in our community. I don't want to sell the golf course component. That's where I stand personally. But again, I think it is prudent to be open, and that's why I think the terms and length of the deal, and I would be open to a 3rd-year option. Let's commit for 2 seasons, but have an out clause for between season 2 and 3 in order to give us flexibility to the work. If it is a priority of council, which at this time we don't know if it's a priority of council. So for me, I want to show that commitment to the board. I want to maintain a municipal golf court and those who do it and commit to that. And then in the future, a 3-year deal to me is not long enough to really close all the doors, and we have that opportunity to reprioritize if that's the case. So I see it's good if there's intent, but I just stand on the side that I just don't want anyone else to operate it. I want this to be municipally operated. So for that reason, that concept, I will vote against this. Thank you. ICO Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. Through you and to all of council, respectfully, in the event that this motion passes, I would like to just ask for clarification on adequate notice, because I'm a little concerned that some of council may interpret that in one direction and some may interpret that in another direction in the event of a sale. And so I don't know if Councillor Taylor would be willing to put some language to that. To me, it's quite a large item, and I'd be concerned that we might bring something back and that adequate notice, because certainly if I was here for the society, I would want to know what adequate notice meant, how much time that meant.
Thank you for that, ICO Hanlon. Council, is there appetite to discuss this, or is this something that administration can go to legal, then bring us what they believe through legal is adequate, and then have that discussion? With that, I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
I can only say what we discussed when we discussed this general termination clause before, and that said adequate notice was not in the middle of the operating season. You know, it's got to be after the operating season. You can't shut them off in the middle of the golf season. It's got to be like, you know, December, January, something like that.
Administration?
Sir, I appreciate that. Sorry I labored it, but I wanted to make sure when we do bring this back. So, thank you.
Ms. Weber?
Thank you through the chair to council. I just wanted to make an additional comment. Councillor Taylor, I understand what you're concerned about there. The legal did provide some advice on the consideration of a termination not being on the on season to postpone it to the off season. And there was some caution there about the state of assets that you're entrusting with that organization for a term of time that is not defined depending on when you were going to terminate. So for instance, if I may, if you are going to decide to terminate, say in June in the middle of their season, and yet they're going to occupy, operate, run, and represent the town with the golf course until the end of the season, there is some inherent risk in that if they know that they're not going to be returning as the operator. So there was some caution about that. Just as a note for council, thank you.
Thank you, administration. Council, anything further before I call this to question? Seeing none. I'll call the question that council direct administration to add a termination clause for potential sale to the Hinton Golfing Society operating agreement 2022 to 2024 at the sole direction of council providing adequate notice. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried 6-1. Council, anything further for this item? Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important to say that this is a termination clause is something that we do see in agreements, and that right now we're not considering selling the golf course. I don't want anyone to hear this conversation or miss parts of it and think we're selling. So we just have to make it crystal clear that we're not selling the golf course. That's not what this is about. That's important to me.
Right now.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Council, anything further for this item? Councillor Taylor?
The agreement?
No, well, we're on action item. We're going to call the question. No, we called that part the question, yeah. Is there any further direction needed for administration?
Thank you through the chair to council. Part of the motion options for council was to direct administration to enter into an agreement. Would it be administration's understanding then that we could move forward to enter into an agreement with the addition of this termination clause? Or would this be the wish of council to have that clause added to the agreement and return to council for another review of the agreement?
Councillor LaBerge?
No. Well, I mean, if our legal advice comes back with language and then we're going to tear that apart and question it, doesn't make any sense to me. We need a termination clause on the condition of the sale of the property. Who am I to say the lawyer doesn't have the right words in there? So, I mean, my position would be that I would be completely comfortable moving forward.
Council, Councillor Stashik?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'd like to move that council direct administration to enter into the Hinton Golfing Society operating agreement 2022 to 2024 for the operation of the Hinton Golf Course with the suggested amendments.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Taylor.
I had one more question before we vote on that, if you don't mind. What I'm confused about is in the request for decision package, it says that we have utility costs of $1,348 to $2,000. So those are costs, unbudgeted costs. Yet when I look in the agreement under sections 4.23 and section 5.1, it says that the Golf Society is to pay those costs. So I'm curious as to which document is accurate, or did I misunderstand the agreement?
Administration?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Taylor. I believe that those were the implications of the decision not to enter into an operating agreement.
Oh, I
And
see.
you are correct, they do cover all of the utility costs associated with operating.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councillor LeBerge?
So on the advice of our insurance person, we've just brought our insurance up from $2 million per occurrence. Have we looked at that clause specifically?
Administration?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Labarge. The $2 million liability was a suggestion from legal counsel.
Could we have an insurance person look at that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor LeBerge. Council? Councillor Stashik?
Can I follow up on Councillor LeBerge's question? I'm not really understanding what's the reasoning, what's the concern?
Sorry, we recently took advice for all of our commercial properties to take our property liability insurance coverage from $2 to $3 million. This sets a requirement of 2, so I was just curious if that's something that we've had a look at here, given the way things have moved, was all.
So if I may then, considering the direction that's on the floor, then what would be the will of council in terms of, I don't know, getting an insurance person to look at that, I believe was the quote.
Yeah, well, it was just my question, because we've just gotten this advice, so I wasn't sure if the town had received other advice. Cool. But I don't know that that's a legal question.
I'll go to Ms. Weber.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Labarge. That is a standard amount in most operating agreements that we have seen. I can double check if you wish.
Council? Are we comfortable moving forward, or is there anything else that we'd like from administration regarding that? Councillor Taylor?
So we're voting on the agreement with the suggested amendment. Yet, my question is the agreement complete? Because I'm looking at schedules and I just see blank pages. So what's the risk for me to vote for an agreement where I see blank pages for the schedules? Is that a concern that I should have at all?
Ms. Weber?
Especially the one that says operations and management report.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Taylor. We have a list of the assets already. I just didn't include them in the attachment. And we already have a list of the inventory for the pro shop that is most recent, and that has been provided by the Hinton Golfing Society, and I didn't include that. Just because they are still giving us comments about the agreement as well. It's just a permission that we have gathered and have represented the concerns of council at this present time.
So you tell me the risk is minimal because you have that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, anything further before I call this to question? Seeing none, call to question that council direct administration to enter into the Hinton Golfing Society Operating Agreement 2022 to 2024 for the operation of the Hinton Golf Course with suggested amendments. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything further for this item? Seeing none, thank you, administration and council. That'll bring us to 7.4, council representation on the Hinton Golfing and Hinton Historical Societies, MD 2378 and 2380. ICO Hanlon. Thank you, Ms. Weber.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, just confirming the extension beyond 8 o'clock. We are at, we are on page 104 of your agenda package. Hello, Heather. And Ms. Wade's going to take us through. This is the council representation on Hinton Golfing and Hinton Historical Societies, a response to motions 2378 and 2380. Ms. Wade, would you take us through this item starting on page 104?
Sure. Thank you, ICAO Hanlon, through to all of council. This matter has been outstanding for since the organizational meeting. There have been a number of questions as to how council can engage with either the Historical Society or the Golf Society. So as you guys may recall, with respect to the Golf Society, that a number of items were discussed in camera. ICO Hanlon does have that information with him. Should council have any questions that would trigger the need to go into a closed session. So that is why the recommendation at the top of the report is simply to appoint to the Historical Society only. With respect to the Historical Society, you'll read throughout the report that council has held a role in some form with the society for a number of years historically. They have recently redone their bylaws and have issued that with Alberta registries to include again a member of council. At this time, if there are any questions.
And thank you, Ms. Way. Council, what would we like to do? Any questions, comments, direction? Councillor LaBerge.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that I don't know exactly how to word it because I don't like the wording of any of these, but here's what I'm trying to get to is that we approve council appointments to both of those boards because I think it's important. But for those councillors to be appointed by the mayor in a reasonable period of time to have a look at that list was what I was thinking.
So
that council, okay, I can do this.
Yes, you can. Maybe.
That council the council approve, take all that stuff out of there. I'm going to start all over again. Appointments to both the Hinton Golfing Society, the Hinton Golfing and Historical Societies. And that the councillors will be appointed, the councillors will be appointed by the mayor at his discretion.
Is that wording good for you, Councillor
Yeah.
LaBerge? Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah. So I think these are both instances where the investment of taxpayer money is significant. The Historical Society is our largest non-owned entity, and the golf course is, by the things we've just discussed, really significant. And I think to get in to watch the evolution of decision-making is important. And to have, I know that there, in the background information, there was some concern that there was some undue influence coming from a councillor sitting particularly on the Golfing Society. But I think at the end of the day, that being a non-voting seat eliminates a lot of that. I think a lot of the risk is gone. I think having an eye on the money is important.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I guess my one question, and Councillor LaBerge just spoke to it, and perhaps we clarified in your motion that the Golf Society is a non-voting member because their bylaws would allow us to have a voting or non-voting. So if your intent is to have it a non-voting member, could we add that to the motion?
I thought they both were non-voting. Is that not the recommendation? Okay, then let's clarify.
Okay.
A friendly amendment?
Correct. So approve appointments to both the Hinton Golfing as a non-voting and Historical Society. So just to specify that the golfing one would be non-voting.
Correct. That's a good point.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you, sir. Should we not have a date attached to this? It's pretty open. Just check. Would you like to attach a date?
Nope.
No.
I think it should be done by Wednesday, but we'll give the mayor until then to do it.
Should we specify Wednesday?
So there doesn't seem to be appetite. One question before I go to Ms. Way, just legislatively, and I'm okay doing this, but legislatively, in the current bylaws, I only have the power to recommend only. If this supersedes it because it's a direct motion, then I'm fine, and I see Heather nodding her head. But I'll go to administration that legislatively, if this stands, I just want approval that the mayor could decide after without it being a motion of council based on our procedural bylaws.
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually going to ask Ms. Way. I saw her head shaking on that. So are you comfortable speaking to this, Heather?
Thank you, ICAO Hanlon, through to Mayor Michaels. Typically, Mayor Michaels is correct. This is done through a recommendation that occurs at a committee of the whole meeting, and then the motion is carried forward to a regular meeting. That has been the process as long as I've been in this role, but I can't speak directly to that section of the procedure bylaw. I can't recall off the top of my head, so I'd have to go back and look. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Way. Councillor Stashik?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So I have a few things. The report we got says that currently the Historical Society has updated their bylaws to reflect membership of a non-voting member of council.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So they're both non-voting. So I don't know that it needs to clarify that they're both non-voting, or it doesn't need to clarify anything. Probably should clarify that they're both non-voting, I guess. In addition to that, apologies, I am not going to support the proposed motion for the reason that they're combined. I might support one. I might support the second one with some additional conversation, but at this point, I'm not prepared to support them both in one motion. Other thing, I would prefer actually that council name the councillors that are going to sit on these committees. I believe there's already been a recommendation made by the mayor and communicated to council for who the recommended council members are on these committees. So I would like to probably go with that and have them named, pardon me, today if possible. So I want to see, I would like to see something additional come from this, but this particular motion, I can't support it the way that it's worded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. ICO Hanlon?
Thank you, sir. Through you to all of council. Ms. Way, did we get clarification on the voting status of the Hinton Historical Society? If it's voting or non-voting?
Yes, that's correct. They have listed council members as non-voting, which was historically the case as well.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor, for that clarification.
Thank you, administration. Councillor LeBears and Councillor Hawes.
I didn't, and obviously haven't checked my email in a couple days, but I didn't realize that we had names, which was the only reason why I suggested that we hesitate to do this, and it was my intent just to give some time to think that through. So,
with that being said, Councillor LeBears, did you want to modify or withdraw your motion and put something?
why don't we start all over again? And I ask council's permission to cancel this. Maybe we'll do them one by one.
Okay. Thank you, council. Any opposition to withdraw the current motion on the floor? I'll call to question. All those in favor to withdraw? That is passed. Motion withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor LeBears and Councillor Hawes.
So yeah, I appreciate that to draw. I would have split them anyway. So the council appoint, I'm gonna go with number one, start off, that council appoint councillors Taylor and Lagoon, I believe, was to the Historical Society, was the recommendation?
Just Taylor.
Oh, just Taylor, sorry, my apologies. The council appoint Councillor Taylor to the Hinton's Historical Society Board. And if we can clarify that, just to make sure, as a non-voting member, I guess if that is in addition to the recommendation.
Please.
Yeah, so that as a non-voting member. And if I can just clarify, I guess my question, and I guess that's where my apologies for naming another counselor, but I guess, is it necessary to maybe have an alternate for this for this Historical Society Board, just in case Councillor Taylor is not available? I know it's a non-voting member, but still having that representation there, so I don't know if your Michael's had any recommendations for that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Haas, for bringing that up. I'd like to recommend, if it's the will of council, to appoint Councillor Race as the alternate.
Okay, so I believe as a friendly member, I'd like to add Councillor Race as the alternate, please. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate, questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question that council appoint Councillor Taylor and Councillor Race as the alternate to the Hinton Historical Society Board as a non-voting member. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Davy Campbell, I've sent you a potential direction, please, just to make life easy.
Sir, I just got a question as well this way.
So Councillor Magoon, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Ms. Way?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, through to the remainder of council. If it is the will of council to proceed with appointing a councillor to the Golf Society Board, I would just like to draw your attention to option 3 at the bottom of the report. It was discovered that the mayor, obviously, it has the capability to sit on any board that council is appointed to, and that was a significant risk pointed out by our legal counsel. And so in so doing, it would just trigger an amendment to that procedure. I believe it's the procedure bylaw with respect to Mayor Michaels. So I just wanted to flag that before proceeding, and that we would have to amend that prior to formally starting our action, or for council to start their action with that committee. Thank you. Or with that board, sorry.
Councillor Magoon?
Got it covered. We'll just wait for Ms. Davy Campbell. Trying that out of the box solution. So council, I'd like to seek a direction that council request Councillor Magoon attend Hinton Golf Society board meetings as a member of the public and liaison of council. It is understood that this is not as a committee of council and should not include any in-camera information. If I may, Mr. Mayor. In reading through the report, that absolutely was something that I read, is that there is a certain amount of risk if this is a committee of council, because the mayor is an ex officio to all committees. That being said, it was the advice that a member of council could attend as a quote unquote liaison of council. And so taking that directly from the report, when the Golf Society was here, they invited us as members of the public to those meetings, but we hesitated because we weren't sure what the legal implications of that were. We've received the information that if this is an official board, there is a certain amount of exposure there. but I have not seen anywhere in the report, and in fact, the report attests to the fact that we can attend as a liaison. I don't expect remuneration in this instance. This is not something to claim. This is not a board committee. That being said, we need to have a member of council attending those meetings to interface with the Golfing Society. We've heard that from them in this room. We've heard that from them in, one-on-ones. There's, to the best of my knowledge, nothing to stop a councillor from attending those meetings, even if that invitation is not extended. It's simply that we're not going to formalize it as a board or committee of council. At the end of the day, this gives just enough formality of a councillor attending as a liaison, but not so much formality as to include it as a committee of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I'll give Ms. Davy Campbell a moment to bring it up, and then open the floor to everyone. Councillor Magoon, you're good with that wording?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Taylor.
Administration, is Councillor Magoon's assessment correct? The words that he just said? I think so.
Sir, if I could, and I believe so, but I am going to ask Ms. Wade if she would concur that Councillor Magoon's assessment of that earlier report and the proposed motion would be satisfactory to administration.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon, through to all of council, and thank you for repeating the question. I was having a bit of trouble hearing. Yes, that Councillor Magoon's assessment is correct, as long as it is clear that they are to attend as a public member, not council. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor LaBerge.
So a couple things there. First thing is, I don't think that Councillor Magoon should have to go and do this because he's not attending as a citizen, he's attending as a councillor. I don't think he should have to do that for free. And I know in law, you can't do indirectly what you're not allowed to do directly. And I think if this went to court or this was to be judged, they would say your constant attendance at these meetings is the same as though you were. And then the final thing is, what does their bylaws say about citizens sitting as a board member, or you would just go to the meeting? I think, Councillor Magoon, that if you're going to take the time, you should be paid for it. And I don't know, how significant is this risk for you sitting there as a non-voting member, representative of this group, not as some guy who wandered in from the street? My thought.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I'm struggling with this a little bit too, and I guess this is where maybe having some clarity on the advice given by legal, like, I hate to extend the meeting a little bit, but possibly look at going in closed session to understand that before making this decision. Because I agree with Councillor LaBerge. I mean, I appreciate Councillor Magoon offering, but I think, not going, we're still a councillor there, your liaison, I agree, I believe that we should be compensated for it, but is there still some concern there possibly in the future as well? So I think everyone to fully understand, what some of those recommendations are by legal. So I don't know what the next council is, but if there's appetite to go to closed session and understand that a little bit more.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, what would we like to do with this? Councillor LaBerge?
Do we have that information here tonight?
Good question. Administration?
Sir, it would be a matter of me making some photocopies. I did not make those in anticipation, but it's on my desktop and it would just take a few minutes.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon. Councillor LaBerge?
That's sure.
So, Council, is there an appetite? Councillor Hawes?
I'm going to move that we go into closed session.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a direction on the floor. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. 34. Council, we had a motion on the floor. Oh, Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor to withdraw the motion. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously, so that motion is off the floor. Council, anything else we'd want to do for appointments for these two? Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, if it's appropriate, I'd like to just accept for information the report on appointing a member to the Hinton Golfing Society Board.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I'll just give Miss Davy Campbell a moment to bring that up. You gotta have it on your app. Councillor Hawes, are you okay with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Anything else for this item, Council? Seeing none, that'll bring us to our correspondence, Trans Mountains socioeconomic impacts of construction, Yellowhead region highlights. ICO Hanlon?
Excuse me, sorry, we do have new business
Oh,
item.
I just
8.1.
went down, my apologies. New business, appointments of financial reviewer and signatory for the Town of Hinton Library Board financial reports.
Thank you, sir. We're on page 108, and I will ask the Director of Community Services to take us through this item.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon, Mayor, through to Council. So this item has been in front of Council over the years. We've had different people appointed as the reviewer for the Hinton Library Board. Sometimes it's named by Council as a specific person. Other times it's been a position in the organization. And most recently last year, for the 2022 audit, it was appointed as the auditor that we had at the time for the Town of Hinton. Since then, Council, as you know, has appointed JDP Wasserman and Associates as the new designated auditor for the Town of Hinton for the fiscal years of 2021, 2022, and 2023. And at the time when we put a call out for that, we did make sure that there was the option for them to include the library financials at that time. So that's included in their work if Council wants to appoint that. So we do. When we submit the financial reporting package to the province from the library board, we do need to have a specific motion, a copy of that appointment from the council that has to get sent to the province. The contract that we have with the current auditors, it certainly serves the reviews of our town business. And the thing that would be convenient, of course, is that if we could appoint the auditor for the library board for those same 3 years, this would ensure that we wouldn't have to revisit this anytime soon, and we wouldn't have to do it annually. And the board supports this. It's typically the financial reviewer is assigned by mutual agreement between the board and council. So the recommendation is that council appoint JDP Wasserman and Associates for the duration of their contract with the Town of Hinton as reviewer of financial reports and signatory for the Town of Hinton Library Board to perform the duties of the appointment as defined in the Libraries Act. Answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Howarth. Councilor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make the motion that council appoint JDP Wasserman and Associates for the duration of their contract with the Town of Hinton as reviewer of financial reports and signatory for the Town of Hinton Library Board to perform the duties of the appointment as defined in the Libraries Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate, questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything else for this item? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Howarth, for that. That'll bring us to our reporting for this evening, and I will start on my left with Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Hawes. Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Taylor.
I had my 65th birthday last week, and I'm thankful that none of you spent a lot of money on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. 55, you said?
65.
Oh,
I know.
65.
I look 55.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for that. Your gift must be in the mail. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on Monday, I attended an ASH meeting, very good meeting. We've had one resignation from our board, and that would have been Natasha, and we will welcome her back with open arms. We have a new board member replacing Natasha, who certainly cannot be replaced, but that would be Glenn Ross is a new board member. We did have discussion on the lighting that you see at the Guild right now, that beautiful lighting in the lobby, the blue and the yellow, and then outside they also have that blue and yellow lighting in support of the Ukraine. Another thing that I want to mention is the board members no longer have to clean toilets or wash the floors, or because they have hired someone to do that. And that's working out really well. Something else, the board really wants me to thank council for moving their appropriation ahead. They're very, very appreciative of that, very appreciative. Another thing is Seniors Week is happening June 6th to the 12th, and the ASH will be having a movie for the seniors, but we don't know what day, okay? Something else, the very first fundraising event that the ASH had, Sean McCann performed, and apparently it was just an awesome performance. He is coming back, and tickets are selling already. So if you want to see Sean McCann, get a hold of the Guild. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor LeBerge.
Well, I guess I would just like to say thank you to the organizers and all the volunteers at the biathlon this weekend. Tracy and I went and volunteered for the weekend. It's just such a great facility out there, and it's always a lot of fun working with the racers. And had you been there, you would know that our mayor's training on the mic came in handy as he sort of announced all the races over for the weekend. So I really just appreciate all the work that goes into making that thing work. And then finally, I guess I think it's completely inappropriate that the path board's not doing the bathrooms anymore. But it's just me.
Thank you, Councillor LeBerge, and I would echo the comments regarding the biathlon. I would invite council. They generally come once or twice a year to do the Calforex Cup, and it's a pretty cool event. I've been doing it for years. Thanks for the kind words. I only got a few boos for my commentary, so I'll take that as a positive note. But great event to attend, and if you're interested in volunteering next year, please reach out to me and we can connect you with Miss Walker, Darla Walker, for that. For myself, I had the privilege to go to the Leaders Caucus with Mr. Hanlon. Policing was a big topic again with municipalities. I think a focus, having a quick conversation with our ICAO on available infrastructure dollars that the province has is something that we should continue to target. I know we're doing a bit better with our grants, but there are opportunities out there, and to get a pulse of what and where the provincial government wants to spend their money has to continue to be our number one priority. MLA Long was there one evening, so it was nice to be with Whitecourt, Edson, Drayton Valley, and with MLA Long. So, great networking, of course, and that's all for me. Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. I will keep this brief. Additionally, and as well, was able to attend the Municipal Leaders Caucus last week and enjoyed that opportunity to come back together face to face and reconnect with some individuals I've not seen for a while. And the learning was good. The minister availability is always appreciated, and the Q&A around that. And additionally, enjoyed the opportunity to meet with some of our neighbors and friends and discuss possible opportunities for the future. I will just a reminder that have scheduled council strategic planning session for April 22nd, 23rd. You should be expecting a survey coming out from them to kind of start to set the groundwork and fill out just what we're going to cover on those dates. Thank you once again for your ability, your availability, and giving up a Saturday. Thank you very much. Sir, that's it for me at this time. I'll keep it short.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon, for that. That'll bring us to our correspondence for today. Number 10.1, Trans Mountain Socioeconomic Impacts of Construction Yellowhead Region Highlights. ICO Hanlon, is there any suggestion for this, or do we have to pass a motion to accept for information?
Sir, just a matter of accepting it for information.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions, or if not, I'll entertain a motion. Councillor Hawes.
I'd like to accept as information the Trans Mountain socioeconomic impacts of construction in the Yellowhead region highlights.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, any questions, debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, any notices of motion? Seeing none, and if not, I'll entertain a motion. Councillor Magoon?
I'd like to make a motion that we move in camera following a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, all those in favor? Thank you very much. I'd like to reconvene this meeting at 11:24. Council, any direction? Councillor Hawes.
Yes, I can see that.
Coming.
I want you to come up with it from memory. See, can't do it.
Thank you. I'd like to move the council direct administration to enter into the Hinton Golf Course Lands Agreement with suggested changes.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, any further direction?
I have one more. Jen, if you could get your board up.
Under the
Nope. That council authorizes Mayor Michaels to sign the letter to CAO Emily Olson dated March 17th, 2022, and as presented to council.
Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated or passed 5-2. Council, anything further? Councillor Hawes?
Move that we go back into closed session.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, all those in favor? That's passed.